What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, March 14th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas fight, and it's goodbye to A&M. What a win for the Longhorns in double overtime in the SEC tournament. Has Texas done enough to make the NCAA tournament? We will discuss. Plus, a Texas football betting scandal. And we got an interesting story that came out yesterday involving the Longhorn football team. We will preview Texas baseball's SEC opening series against Mississippi State. We'll talk the latest and greatest from NFL free agency, including some juicy Dallas Cowboys rumors. We've got another flight story that has turned into a lawsuit. We've got some golf to get into and plenty of fun to be had between now and 9 o'clock on a Football Friday edition of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Happy Friday, my man. How are you this morning?
I am doing fantastic, man, and same to you. Beautiful day yesterday, hot again. It's going to be another warm one today starting out. A little cool this morning, just 63 degrees, which is absolutely gorgeous out. A lot of wind last night. I could hear that wind rustling up, trying to get a little sleep stuff blowing around. I could hear that, of course, last night. But we'll get into some good temperatures into next week. You know, we're milder temperatures. We won't be in the 90s. We'll be some 80s and high 70s. But what we could use is the rain and less wind because it is dry outside. But you know what? We move right along. The Horns move right along yesterday and double overtime. And boy, oh boy, where has this been with this basketball team? This is it's great. It's great to see. I mean, if you're a basketball fan, which there's not many of you, but if you're there's you and a couple others. But let me tell you what a fight by all of them again for the back-to-back games. Maybe yesterday may have been the best game I've seen them play as a team. I mean, rebounding, being aggressive on defense, being aggressive offensively, going free throw shooting. I mean, Caden Shedrick. How about that dude's free throw shooting yesterday? That's the best game I've seen him play as a Longhorn, period. So, I thought he was spectacular yesterday. Trey Johnson, I think they all played. Everybody took a part of that victory against the Aggies yesterday. And is it enough? I think with some of the teams that are going to get in here, I think it may be enough. They just can't get blown out. They can't get their doors blown out against Tennessee. If they play the way they've been playing and they're in a close fought game, I think they deserve to be in.
Yeah, well, that's a big question, right? Have the Longhorns done enough to hear their name called on Selection Sunday, which, of course, is just 2 days away? We will compare some resumes and talk about Texas's chances to get in a little bit later, but obviously we got to dive into the amazing game, and I'm with you. I think it was the most complete performance of the year for Texas, and they needed 50 minutes to get it done, but they got it done against a very, very good Texas A&M team. So we will dive into that. But before we do, Buck, how about a soldier shout-out?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You do a wonderful job. We do appreciate it each and every day. And to you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Man, what a day of college basketball it was, especially at the SEC tournament. You had a game winner in the first game of the day with Ole Miss taking down Arkansas. You had a damn near buzzer beater in the last game of the day with Oklahoma transfer Otega Owe, now on Kentucky, hitting another game winner against Oklahoma to beat his former team. And obviously you had the Texas Longhorns and maybe the game of the day, maybe the game of the week across college basketball, the Longhorns knocking off Texas A&M 94-89 in double overtime. And Buck, before we get too far into this game, can we just take a moment and laugh at little bro? This is one of the best teams Texas A&M basketball has ever had, and this is kind of a down year for Texas basketball. And despite those two things, the Longhorns took 2 of 3 from the Aggies this year.
Yeah, and it wasn't that group from Texas A&M was off shooting the ball. They were defended well yesterday. Yeah, that's the part I like about it. They earned all of their shots. They earned all their rebounds. You know, they were good in the first half, and Texas went to the board. Everybody went to the boards, but those weren't shots. I mean, I don't think you can just say the Aggies missed a bunch of open shots. I thought they were defended pretty well yesterday. So,
Yeah, they were.
Aggies.
I just think it's hilarious that this was one of Texas A&M's best football teams in a while. I mean, they had a chance to play in an SEC championship game, and then Texas went in there and snatched their soul right after Thanksgiving. And then again, this is one of Texas A&M's best basketball teams they've ever had. Texas A&M has never made an Elite Eight. Forget a Final Four. They've never been to an Elite Eight. This team still has a shot, obviously. They're going to be a 3 seed, at worst a 4 seed in the NCAA tournament. So this might be the best A&M team they've ever had. And yet they lost 2 games to a Texas team that might not even make the dance. I know we're not only about beating A&M, but it's pretty cool that, A&M's got some good things going for them, yet they're still not good enough to beat Texas.
Yeah, that's just amazing. That was quite a fight yesterday. It was a battle. It was a battle for the entire, all the way through the overtime, and Texas hung in there. And I'll just say this, boy, Kendall Weaver really makes a difference in this basketball team. I told you before, if you don't keep up with his energy, if you're a player that when he's on the court and you're one of the 5, and if you don't keep up with half the energy that he has, and I'm not saying he's a great player, but his energy level is so high, you look bad. It makes you look bad out there if you don't have half the energy that he has. You just have to keep up. You can't play at what you think your level and your energy is. If you got to at least be half of what his is. His is incredible.
It makes a difference, and having him back makes a difference. And I don't think it's a coincidence that 2 of Texas's best 5 or 6 wins of the year have come with Kendall Weaver on the floor. I mean, we're talking about a guy who didn't play in the SEC's regular season. He gave you 23 minutes last night, 10 points. All of them came in the second half. So Texas starting to slip a little bit. The Longhorns led by 6 at halftime. When A&M was getting back into the game, Kendall Weaver stepped up on both ends of the floor. 10 points and 6 rebounds for him.
His first 3, that 3 in the corner, I was screaming, no, don't. And he hit it. I was like, oh, my goodness.
Swished it. It was a great-looking shot in the left corner. And, 3 of 4 from the free throw line, the countless hustle plays that don't show up in the box score. It hurt when he fouled out. I thought that could have been the moment that killed Texas. I mean, you had Kendall Weaver fouling out at the end of regulation. You had Tremont Mark fouling out at the very beginning of the second overtime. Those are 2 moments that could have absolutely derailed this train. But Texas fight, they showed it. It needed all 10 guys to step up, and all 10 guys who played stepped up for Texas yesterday, and they took some punches, but they kept getting up off the mat, kept throwing them right back.
What you said a couple of weeks ago, and I mean, I don't know the history of Rodney Terry. RT, I don't know his history, and because I'm not a huge basketball. I watch college basketball, but I don't go back to where they just came from or the 2 teams before that, if they're Saginaw State or some other bullshit. But you said that his teams generally get better at the end of the season. Well, I don't think that you can doubt what you said. I mean, it's true, and I know it's crazy to think. I mean, why would you wait all the way till March? Why would the team wait till March? But maybe that's just the rhythm of the way he coaches or whatever. But you can't say anything any different. This is the best the basketball team has played all year long, and it's a dire time in the season. I mean, it's March Madness, and they're playing their best basketball. Some would say, your team should reach a crescendo around now, or at the end of March Madness when you're in the tournament. But for some reason, I mean, I mean, obviously you followed his history, and that's just the way he coaches. Now, it's not a great way to coach because you get your ass in a lot of hot water on the way, but the team is playing its best basketball, so you can't deny if that's what you believe. I mean, it's happening.
Well, the problem is they didn't play their best basketball at the end of the regular season. That's why they're in this tournament. Yeah, so it might be too little too late. Now, it's better late than never, and it might be enough to get Texas in. I think if Texas beats the fake UT today, then they are definitely going to be in. No question about it. But, yeah, I mean, the Longhorns, the problem is in previous years, especially the last 2 years that we've seen Rodney Terry coach in Austin, his teams didn't wait until the middle of March to start playing well. It was like, oh, they figured it out in February, and that turned into them playing well in March. This year, Texas lost, I think, 3 of its last 4 and 6 of its last 8 in the regular season. That is why we're still not sure they are an NCAA tournament team.
Yeah, and he made a couple, that the move with the herky-jerky lefty becoming a big point guard coming down the court has made a difference. The offense isn't as stagnant. It moves.
Yeah.
And
you give him credit for that, but you also, like, everything that we've seen go well these last 2 days, you wonder why it took so long.
I know. Yeah. I mean, it's a two-way street on that.
Yeah. And with Tremont Mark, like, it's not like that had to happen. Look, you couldn't have Kendall Weaver. He was hurt. So that obviously affected Rodney Terry. That was a bad hand that RT had to deal with, because we know how impactful Kendall Weaver can be for a team. But Tremont Mark was healthy all year long. Like, you could have made the move to him running the show 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 months ago. Like, it was clear. You and I have been talking, and it's not just this show, and it's not just TSU. Anybody who's watched this team all season long has been talking about bad point guard play. Like, Julian Larry, not fast enough, not quick enough, not good enough to play in the SEC. Jordan Pope, not a traditional point guard. Square peg in a round hole. It's not working with either of those guys. And for the entire regular season, Rodney Terry just kept trying that, like hoping something would change. And instead, he finally does make an actual change, and you're seeing the results of it. So you give him credit for it. But again, it's like, why did you have to go 6-12 in the SEC before that move happened?
Yeah, I don't know. They're playing their way into it. That's all that matters. And you can't. I'm not rooting for it. I never root for Texas to lose, no matter who they play. But especially the Aggies or Oklahoma. That's not even close to saying, give me a new coach. Just win the games, beat the teams, and they're doing that. And I don't know how far they can go. This is going to be quite the battle today. But hell, I said that yesterday on the show. I don't know if they can beat the Aggies. I don't know if they can go. I don't know if they can rebound with them. But everybody's at the boards. I mean, Pope is at the boards.
Yeah, Pope had 8 rebounds yesterday.
I mean, how about that?
He's the smallest guy on the floor, and he was getting after it. I mean, it's desperation. I'm telling you, desperation is a hell of a drug, and I wish we saw more of it from Texas in the last 2 or 3 weeks of the regular year. But in these last 2 days,
although this team could have won 5 more games, maybe.
No, I mean, at least 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, okay,
and that's all they would have needed. You would have loved for them to get 5 more wins. I don't know if it would have done that much for them, but they could have won 2 or 3 more, which would have them safely into the field of 68 right now. And instead, you're still wondering.
Maybe 3.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think Kendall Weaver, just him being healthy, is good enough for 1 to 2 wins.
Sure.
And then, you make the move to Tremont Mark a little bit earlier. Look, it's ifs and buts and candies and nuts and whatever else they say in that shitty expression. That, like, you don't know. That's an alternate universe that we're never going to live in. But it's good to see right now. And you wonder, too, like, there's been all sorts of rumors surrounding Rodney Terry swirling around over the last few days, really the last few weeks. You wonder if a decision's already been made, and you wonder if the guys in the locker room already know about that decision. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's allowing this team to play more free.
Could be.
They have.
I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things, and I think more than anything, it's the desperation part of it. Like you said, it's you have these games you have to win. That game yesterday, they had to win that basketball game. Period. Yeah. So they did everything, they did everything they could and did it well yesterday. So this one today is that they're going to have to defend. I don't know if they can defend the way they defended yesterday, but hell, I said that yesterday. I don't know if they could get the boards, and they did. They all went to the boards, and maybe they have 3 games in a row where they play a hell of a defensive game.
Maybe they do. All right, let's let you hear from Rodney Terry. We've got a couple of cuts from the head coach. We also have a couple of bits of player sound as well. But here was Rodney Terry's opening statement following the double overtime thriller against A&M.
It's going to be a hard-fought game, well-coached team, best offensive rebounding team in the country. They had 20 offensive rebounds tonight. They get 17 every game. So we knew we had to come into this game with the physical mindset. We were at the value taking care of the basketball. I thought we did a nice job of that tonight with 6 turnovers. And I like to give my guys a lot of props. My guys, they dug in, they dug deep, and we've been in those situations in conference play and overtime play, and they found a way to get it done tonight against an Elite Eight, Final Four caliber team tonight in a conference tournament, and just can't say how proud I am of them and their effort and how they responded to a quick turnaround tonight and getting this done.
Yeah, because that was a physical. That was more like a Texas A&M football game yesterday. Yeah. That was physical. There was. I mean, everybody could have fouled out in that game. I was looking at the officials going, "That's a foul." Some of these collisions yesterday, they were truly fouls. I mean, some of them you should have been calling. And I know you don't want them to be the focal point, but some of that play that they let go yesterday was ridiculous. Some of those hacks and physical guys getting bumped, not getting bumped, but getting hit. I mean, setting some of those picks were like, wow.
I just
there'll be some sore dudes today. There'll be some sore dudes. You'll try to go 3 straight games like that.
Yeah, that's what's tough, right? Is Texas has to go back out there today for a 3rd day in a row after playing 90 minutes in the last 2 days, and they have to play a Tennessee team that hasn't played since last Saturday, right? And look, I love the double bye format. I love the bye format, right? Since you can't play a home game in a conference tournament, if you're a better team in the regular season, you should get rewarded with extra days off. So Tennessee, they earned a top 4 seed in the conference with what they did in the regular year. They've earned these couple of days, but obviously the other UT is going to be the much fresher team today. But to go to your point, like, look, I won't go and soapbox too much about the biggest problem with basketball. But like the officiating was bad yesterday, but they did call 52 fouls, and there were 71 combined free throws in this game. And you had 5 players foul out. So it's like, what do? You want to call more than that? Like, they missed a lot. I don't disagree with you. They missed a ton of calls, but it's like, if you call more than that, you're going to have the walk-ons playing by the end of the game.
I know, but some of the fouls are just ridiculous football type of fouls. I mean, those, it's like, I know you're starting to lose guys all over the place, but a true foul is any foul is a foul. But some of the ones that were out there yesterday were just outrageous. The
problem is the refs don't want to call everything, but every time Wade Taylor just flops or gets breathed on, they call a foul. And it's like, well, we can't call everything, so let's let some of this stuff go. But oh my God, if anybody even looks at Wade Taylor the fourth the wrong way,
if he goes to the hoop, he's going to the free throw line for sure.
And that guy drew, I think, 11 or 12 fouls yesterday. He shot 18 free throws, and he doesn't miss. He was 17 of 18 at the line. So you really hate it when he gets there, and he got there a ton.
That dude and Trey Johnson, when they go to the line, they're making their free throws.
Yeah, well, Trey Johnson yesterday shot 0 free throws.
Yeah,
maybe if Trey was just flopping a little bit more, like that might be where Trey needs to advance the most. He's got to flop more to get to the free throw line.
Oh, he doesn't like to go to the ground. He doesn't like to be on the floor. That's his deal. Is he'll be off balance and throw some shots up, some really crazy looking stuff, but he won't hit the ground. He'll keep his balance, and that may be the deal that he needs to work on. You're right. He needs to hit the ground harder, but he doesn't like to be on the floor.
And I respect that he doesn't flop and flail a ton. He does from time to time, because everybody on a basketball court does from time to time. But it's just like, oh, my God. Look, Wade Taylor is a poor man's SGA. Think about what SGA does with the Oklahoma City Thunder. That guy gets to the free throw line like 10, 11, 12 times a game on average. And every other NBA fan base can't stand him because of it. You'd love to have him on your team. Don't get me wrong. Wade Taylor's a hell of a player. I'd love to have him wearing burnt orange. But when you go up against him, it is incredibly frustrating. And, yeah, that guy, like, he just got every single foul call yesterday. And there were times where it's like, well, why can't everybody else get this? What's going on here?
I know there was a lot of free throw shooting. You can't the officials can't let a game get out of hand, and they can't let the players get too physical, because, I mean, the league is physical as it is. And these night after night deals for teams trying to get into this deal, it's just tough. And A&M's already in, but that was more like a football game and a wrestling match, I thought, yesterday.
Yeah, you're going to get one more of those today, because Tennessee plays a very similar style to Texas A&M. I mean,
yes, they do.
We watched Rick Barnes' teams for almost 2 decades here. Like, they play great defense. They muck it up. They're incredibly physical. This is another hard hat, bootstraps, lunch pail type of game that Texas is going to have to play today.
You got to get 3 in a row of those. How about that? 3 in a row, those type of games. Wow.
Yeah, and if Jay Billis is on the call, you can bet your ass he's going to be complaining about it for another 40 minutes on the telecast. Like it's going to be physical, and that's where you wonder about the health. Now, I wondered that yesterday, right? Because Texas played against Vanderbilt 2 days ago, and A&M had the day off on Wednesday. Texas had plenty of energy yesterday. There was plenty of gas left in the
Yes,
tank.
there was.
Now you wonder, after 2 games in 2 days, do they have enough?
And that overtime, that second overtime was rugged.
And 2 overtimes. Yeah, I mean, if that was just a 40-minute game, it would have been a lot of ice baths needed for Texas. But you play an extra 10 minutes.
Well, you're going
with
to put Weaver. Weaver's going to be on the court, so you better keep up with him.
Yeah, that's the good news for Texas, right?
Yeah.
They're as healthy as they've been, and they can go. I don't want to say they can go 10 deep like Devon Pryor played 2 minutes yesterday. I don't know how much you can rely on him,
No.
but you can at least go 9 deep right now, which at times during the regular year you were like 7 at the most.
Right.
So getting Weaver back is great. Zarek Onyema looks okay at times out there. Like you can at least give some of those guys some minutes to help keep your other players fresh. But Trey Johnson played 44 minutes yesterday. Tremont Mark played 42. Arthur Kaluma played 40. Like there's got to be some wear on those bodies, right?
Yep.
So we'll see. We'll see. Texas is a 9.5-point dog, by the way, against Tennessee. They were 6.5-point dogs against A&M, and they won outright. They are even bigger underdogs today. And look, I don't blame Vegas for feeling that way.
Well, Vegas feels like they got to be worn out. That's what and when the fresher team is coming in, and the group that just played 2 physical games has got to be tired as hell.
By the way, can we give Buzz Williams some love for helping Texas win that game yesterday with that timeout he took with about 1.5 minutes left in the first overtime?
I'll just say this: if there was a search for a new coach, that guy wouldn't be near the top of my list.
No. And look, he's done a good job at A&M. He is a very good coach, but
keep him right where he is.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like, I think Texas could do better than Buzz Williams, but that was amazing, right? A&M's up by 4. They've got the ball. There's an offensive rebound. It's kind of a scramble drill. And, like, right as the ball was getting kicked out to a wide open Wade Taylor, first team All-SEC, Wade Taylor. He's got a great look at a 3. Right as he catches the ball, his head coach calls a timeout. And then you see Wade Taylor drill a 3. And that would have made it a 7-point game. That would have been game over right there. If Buzz Williams doesn't call that timeout, that is your ball game, and Texas is going home. And we are talking about an NIT bid, and we're probably talking about who's going to replace Rodney Terry on today's show.
Yeah.
And instead, Buzz Williams takes that timeout. The Longhorns get second life. The Aggies don't score on their next possession, and Texas is able to come back and force a second overtime. Man, I thought the game was over a couple of different moments down the stretch. I mean, the Aggies went up by 5, like immediately into the first overtime. And I'm like, damn, is this really how it's going to go? They fight this hard. They get it to OT and then they just collapse here. But Texas fight personified, Buck. It's what it was yesterday. Amazing stuff. And to do it against A&M is pretty special. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. We're going to get into the Longhorns tournament chances in a moment. I think Texas has done enough. I think any bracketologist that has Texas outside right now is wrong. We'll do a little resume comparing, and we'll go around the country, talk about what the rest of the bubble looks like. But before we do that, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And my back, I'm sitting in the Relax the Back chair right now that I've been sitting in for over 20 years. I love this chair, and you will too. If you have any problems with your thoracic back, your shoulders, your lumbar area, your hips, go over to the Relax the Back store and let them help you feel fantastic. They absolutely will. If you got somebody that you care about that's complaining about back pain, send them to the Relax the Back store and let them find out and see from some of the great accessories that they have available to help you. Because there is nothing worse than a bad back, believe me, because that leads to bad hips, that leads to bad shoulders, that leads to bad everything. And at Relax the Back, they can help you have a lifestyle that you definitely deserve. They've got 2 great locations, one at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, shout out to Audio Visual Consultations. Oh, what a weekend we've got coming up. The players, conference tournament championships, hockey, NBA, more spring training in Major League Baseball. What am I forgetting? I'm probably forgetting 10 things. More F1, more NASCAR, more sports. You need the right TV setup to watch all of the sports all weekend, all month, all year long. And you could get that TV setup from our friends at AV Consultations. They've been hooking Central Texas up since 1988, almost 4 decades of giving locals what they want when it comes to TVs, surround sound, and so much more. Don't spend all of your time and money driving around the city watching March Madness. Don't have like one small TV on, you got your phone on a game, you got the iPad on a game. No. Get the real badass TV setup that's going to make the NCAA tournament way more enjoyable. You can do that by calling our buddy Tom McKay and his great crew at AV Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or go online. It's avconsultations.com.
I enjoy watching the players tournament on it yesterday. What a gorgeous place that is. My daughter will be there tomorrow.
There we go.
She lives in Jacksonville. She makes that trip on Saturdays to the players, and she can't wait to get there. Man, that looks like a painting on my 85-inch screen TV. It doesn't look real. It doesn't look real because I'd like to be out there putting big divots in that fairway.
I'd like to be out there giving the fish something to eat.
There you go.
You guys like golf ball fishies?
Oh, my goodness.
How far away is TPC from your daughter's place?
I think she said probably about an hour and 15 minutes or so.
Okay, not too bad. It's worth making the trek, I would say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you've got a 3-way tie after one round of play at the Players' Championship. I shouldn't say after one round because they had to suspend play due to darkness last night. So there's a couple of guys who are finishing their first round before they tee off round 2 out in Florida today. But the 3-way tie, Lucas Glover, J.J. Spahn, and Camilo Villegas. Buck.
A couple of oldies right there. A couple of guys that hadn't won an awful lot. J.J. Spahn. I was at the Valero Open when he won his first tournament. I was there for that win, which is kind of cool. And I don't think he's won since. I think that's his only win on the PGA Tour. And Villegas, he hadn't won. That guy's got to be 46, 47 years old by now.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
I know.
And he was rocking the pop.
Glover keeps on being consistent, and he's an older dude.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, what do you think of Camilo Villegas rocking the popped collar look yesterday?
I liked it. It was all right. It's acceptable. It did have a collar. I was good with it.
Well, yeah, don't pop your collar, dude. What are we doing? You look like a total douche out there.
Yeah, but he's been doing that for a while. He thinks he's a fashion star. He's been a fashion guy forever.
Is this fashion?
He's the dude that lays on the ground and does that scorpion look or whatever. I think he was the dude who was doing that. I don't even know if he can get down there and do that anymore.
Yeah, when he's by the green.
Yeah.
He gets like one with the ball. He basically is lying down on the grass to see what the green is going to do.
He's the originator of that bullshit. I don't know if he can do it anymore. I think I saw him do that yesterday.
Here's a tip for kids and a tip for adults out there. Don't pop your collar on the course. Don't really pop your collar anywhere. You look awful. And Villegas, isn't he like Colombian? Like,
I think
if
so.
he was as fair-skinned as I was, it's like, well, all right, he just doesn't want to get sunburned, so he's protecting his neck. But that guy's Latino, man. He doesn't need that stuff.
Come on, Villegas.
He's going to be fine. By the way, the Longhorns, Scotty Scheffler, 3 shots back. He shot 3 under, so he's still lurking. Jordan Spieth and Bo Hostler, 4 shots back at 2 under par. But you've got some big names. Rory's in the mix. Ricky Fowler's in the mix. Billy Horschel's in the mix. It's a pretty good leaderboard after just about a full round.
Played well yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun tournament. This is one of those weekends where I hope nobody asks me to do anything.
Hey, can Tom Cruise pop his collar like in Risky Business? Is that all right?
You know, I've never seen that movie, so I can't.
Yeah, that was okay. The timing was right.
But when we're talking about lead Scientologist Tom Cruise, I don't know if I'd be following what that guy's doing. Great actor. Right. Don't get me wrong. Great actor. But I don't think the Scientology is part of his act. I think that's just who he is. So I'm going to avoid any sort of life advice from Mr. Tom Cruise. Not for me.
Oh, man.
Not for me. All right. Buck, I think you said it a few minutes ago. You think Texas has done enough to make the big dance?
I think so. I think it showed. I mean, I think it showed the conference. I think it showed. There's just something about that Tobacco Road, North Carolina game today that bothers me.
Yeah, and Cooper Flagg getting hurt yesterday and probably not playing today doesn't help. Now, Duke should still beat North Carolina. Like a Cooper Flaggless Duke team, I think is still better than UNC. But if Cooper Flagg was playing, it's like, all right, Duke's going to do what they did to UNC in their 2 regular season games. Now it's like, oh, maybe the door's left slightly ajar for UNC. And, the committee wants the Tar Heels in.
Of course they do.
And I bet the refs in Greensboro will be giving Carolina every call today.
Oh, man, goodness.
Because that's the problem.
If you're not rooting for North Carolina today, don't watch that game because they're going to get all the calls.
Dude, I feel like a communist because I'll be rooting for Duke. Like, I hate doing that. I just got chills down my spine from saying that. But you have to. If you want Texas to make the tournament, which at this point I think you should, then you got to be rooting for the Dukies today when they play. Because, I mean, we'll do some resume comparing in a second, but I'm going to let you
play. I don't think you'll see Flagg for the rest of this tournament anyway. Even if they win, I don't think you'll see him in the finals. I don't think he plays anymore. I think he will play in the tournament.
The real tournament?
Yeah, he'll suck it up because he just
I think he should. And look, if Cooper Flagg doesn't play, I mean, today's Friday. Duke's first tournament game will either be next Thursday or Friday, so he can get a week.
He's just a ball player. He'll suck it up. He'll play hurt. He'll play with a twisted ankle.
He cares. It's the tournament, right? Yeah. Like you don't see players opt out of the college football playoff unless they're having to transfer to another school, and that's a whole different conversation. But like if guys have a chance to win a national championship, which Duke obviously does in basketball, they're going to play. So yeah, Cooper Flagg, they should rest him for the rest of the tournament. I agree with you. We'll see if he tries to come back tomorrow if they win today, or I think today's the semifinal. So yeah, tomorrow is the final for the ACC tournament. Maybe he'll try to come back and win the conference tournament championship, but I think that'd be silly. They don't have anything else to prove.
In the NBA holding their breath yesterday.
Oh my God. It's like you're right. That fall that he took coming down awkwardly on that ankle. I mean, there were like 15 NBA fan bases and obviously all of the Duke fans were just holding their breath. You felt like your stomach drop when that happened. And then you see him like get wheeled off in a wheelchair. And it's like,
and that's finally, you don't see that often in basketball. And I think it's the dumbest thing. We have all these innovative things that we do, but a guy tears his knee up and he's got his arm around his buddy coming off the field, hobbling. I'm like, why don't you just go get some kind of deal where you sit him on it and let's wheel him off? Why is he hobbling, trying to put weight on that leg? It seems kind of dumb. All the different things we have to get a player, medical wise, but we don't do that. You don't see that often where somebody comes off in a chair like that.
No. And
it should be.
Right. Yeah, I guess.
That whole warrior thing with a guy with his arm around his buddy. Look, I mean, I've done that.
Part of me is like, it was just a twisted ankle, man. You couldn't hobble. Like if it's a torn ACL, if it's like what Kyrie Irving just dealt with the Mavs.
Yeah.
Like it's like, all right, I can get a wheelchair for that guy, but twisted ankle, do we need the? Now, if you shit your pants like Paul Pierce did, then you absolutely
you need a wheelchair.
You absolutely need a wheelchair. Someone just texted that in on the Coda text line. Like, there are certain times where a wheelchair is absolutely mandatory. And I think if you've got crap stains on the bottom of your white shorts, then, yeah, you better be sitting your ass down. Otherwise, it's not going to end too well for you. No. And you're going to be the laughing stock of the world if everybody sees that.
No kidding.
That's an all-time moment right there. But yeah. All right, let's let you hear from Rodney Terry, because Rodney Terry was asked after the game if he thinks Texas has done enough to receive an at-large bid into the dance. Here was RT on UT's Tourney case.
We played in the best, conference in the history of college basketball, and every night was an NCAA tournament game for us. And I thought we learned a lot of lessons throughout the course of conference play. Just like every team in this league, we battled some adversity through conference play, had guys in and out of the lineup, whatever it may have been with injuries here or there. No guy more valuable to us than Kendall Weaver being out of the lineup for the whole conference play. This guy here, he makes winning plays for us. He rebounds, he defends, and now we have our full complement of guys right now, our full 10 complement of rotation players that we saw going into conference play. We have those guys right now, and I think so much about this time of year is about how you're playing. Do you pass the eye test? Are you a team that can go into the tournament and make some noise and get things done? Do you have star power? We have star power. We're playing well. We have our team that we anticipated having play for us right now, and we're playing good basketball. So I think all that matters down the stretch.
Yeah, it's all true. I believe that what he's saying is right. People, they got star power. They've got the full complement of guys. Whether you're a great coach or a good coach or not, they're doing what they needed to do at this time. They needed to do what they had to do. They had to do this. There was
they had to.
There margin for error. There is no margins for error for them, and it still may not be. Like you say today, North Carolina beats Duke, and Texas gets blown out by Tennessee. Who knows what can happen from that? The Horns just can't get blown out. They've got to play hard and physical and do everything they've done the last 2 games. They can't look any different. They can't look like the team that they were a month and a half ago, 2 months. They can't look like that team. They have to look like a team that's got the people in place and that will battle hard anytime they get on the court now. If anything any different can cost them.
That's a tall task. So what do you mean? Like if Texas covers the 9.5, should that be enough, or does this need to be like a very close game?
I think it needs to be a
minutes?
4 or 5 point game, win or lose. They lost by 5. I think they still should be in. If they get blown out by 15, it's going to be tough if North Carolina wins that game.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Look, there's other teams, right? It's not just Texas and North Carolina. And right now, Joe Lunardi has both of those teams in the field of 68. Like Joe Lunardi, he's only one bracketologist, and he's obviously not on the selection committee, but he has Texas as his last team in the field of 68. He had Texas as his first team out before the game. Texas wins. Indiana loses. He flip-flopped those teams. He now has the Longhorns in and the Hoosiers out. So we'll see. Look, I get it. Bob texts in. If Texas loses today, they're 18-15 this year, and they're 8-13 in SEC play. Like, is that record good enough to get you in? And I understand that hesitation. Like, it's not that great of a resume, but you're not comparing it to what A&M has done. You're not comparing it to Auburn or Duke or Florida or Tennessee, like any of those teams. You're comparing it to North Carolina and Ohio State and Boise State and San Diego, not a state, and Xavier. Like, these are the teams that Joe Lunardi has on the bubble. And here's what Texas has that they don't. 7 quadrant 1 wins.
Yes.
I looked at Joe Lunardi's last 4 in and his first 4 out. So to me, those are the 8 most bubble-licious teams there are right now. And out of those 8 resumes, Texas is the only team with 7 quadrant 1 wins. That North Carolina team that people keep talking about, you know how many quadrant 1 wins they have, Buck?
2.
1. Now, if they beat Duke today, that's 2. And again, they'll probably get in if they beat Duke today. But I don't care that North Carolina has 21, 22 wins, whatever it is. They played in a dog crap ACC. They didn't beat any good team in that league. They just beat up on a bunch of nobodies. Meanwhile, Texas has beaten a bunch of tournament teams. They beat A&M twice. They beat Missouri. They beat Mississippi State. They beat Vanderbilt. They beat OU. They beat Kentucky. Like, that has to matter. Strength of schedule has to matter. I feel like we're talking about the college football playoff here. Like, that, to me, you compare Texas, who they've beaten, to who North Carolina's beaten. Xavier only has 1 quadrant 1 win, too. Why should they get in over Texas just because they beat up on a bunch of nobodies?
Right.
Like, strength of schedule needs to matter, and Texas has that more than just about any other team that they are on the bubble with right now.
Yeah, I just think, like I said, if you feel like the guy as a head coach gets better at the end of the year, or when his balls are in a vice, then his balls are in that vice and his team is playing the way they need to. And I think the nation would appreciate it. Anybody would appreciate the way this Texas team is playing. There's nobody that can say that Oh, no. That's not good enough. No, over the last couple games, they've been good enough. And they've got one of their key guys back, one of their energy guys back. And he adds a lot to the basketball team. And they've got star power. It's and the league that they play in. What else you want?
That's the thing. Like when you're the selection committee, you should want craziness, don't you? Like that's the beauty of March Madness. That's why we love it so much. Like you want to see lower seeded teams make runs. I mean, watching an 11 seed NC State make it to the Final Four last year was awesome. And you picked it, Buck. Well done by you.
Yeah, there won't be any of that bull crap this year.
No, there probably won't be, but like that's good for the tournament, isn't it? That was like an awesome storyline last year.
You're right.
Like NC State had a couple of players, DJ Horn and DJ Burns, who became like America's fatty, the big guy. And like that was cool to see. To me, the committee should be trying to put teams in that have a shot to make that type of noise. And again, I would not pick Texas to make the Final Four. I don't even know if I'd pick Texas to win a game in the tournament. But this team has beaten 7 legit tournament teams. So they would actually have a chance to win a tournament game or 2.
Yes.
Boise State. I mean, we played San Diego State, we played Colorado State in the first round last year. That team wasn't on the same level as Texas. Like you could tell. So it's like, why would a team like that get in over a team that has proven that they could run with a bunch of tournament caliber teams in Texas? To me,
March Madness is all about Cinderella stories, and they look for those teams that may not have a chance, in a big conference. This is the true Cinderella story here is March Madness. They pick those teams over teams that come from good conferences.
I don't know. Like it's different every year. That's the problem. Like sometimes you're right. Sometimes they'll throw the bone to the mid-majors.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like, if you're in a power conference, you could have a worse resume than a mid-major team, and we're going to get you.
I always like this is the March Madness is the I told you so kind of, this is how that works out. They love to say, I told you so. I told you how good this team really is. And if they were in this conference, they'd be this good. They wouldn't be down here low. They'd be in the middle or top of the list. This is what March Madness is about. And I'm all right. Well, to me, Texas is like a Cinderella story, really.
Yeah. And look, I mean,
they got the one kid. They got one superstar and a bunch of other dudes.
It's annoying to be in this spot. And if Texas loses today and they don't hear their name called on Selection Sunday, then I'm not going to be thrilled because I'm going to guess the Longhorns have better resumes than a few teams who got in. But I mean, we're splitting hairs here. Like we're talking about, are you the 67th best team or are you the 69th or 70th best team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they could have played better at times during the year. Even though Weaver's not there, there were some games where they could have coached. You got to coach yourself to a couple wins here or there.
Right.
We saw that.
You're right. But like, it's just, if you're looking at resumes right now, and again, you're just comparing teams that Joe Lunardi has on his bubble, Texas has more quality wins and they also have 0 bad losses. Like North Carolina, Boise State, San Diego State, Colorado State, all teams that are right there with Texas, they all have at least one quadrant 3 or quadrant 4 loss. Texas doesn't have that like eyesore on its tournament resume that a bunch of other teams have. That should matter too. You always talk about quality wins and bad losses. For years, those are 2 metrics that every college basketball fan has had drilled into their head when you're talking about Selection Sunday. Texas has more quad 1 wins and less bad losses than any other team on the bubble right now. They have to be in. They have to be in. I will say this. Go ahead.
As you said, I mean, some of the moves RT had, some of the moves that he had to make, putting the lefty in there as the guard. I mean, it seems like, boy, that took you a long time to figure it out, but thank goodness they figured that out because that was going to end up poorly if they were going to stay in the same direction. I mean, if you were going to string this whole thing out where I'm right, you guys don't understand basketball or whatever, I'm not going to make a move. I got 2 point guards. Somebody's going to have to come within those 2 guys. I'm not moving anybody else to make that obviously it came to fruition when there was that foul trouble and they had to put the guy there. I mean, and now he's got to be there to stay. You can't all of a sudden say, no, now I'm going to go back to what I did before. He does make a difference when he's the guy bringing the ball up the court. And as I said, when Trey Johnson, even in yesterday's game, ended up bringing it up the court a couple times. That guy doesn't need to do that. He needs to be the guy pumping it in because I still think there's a 40-point game in that guy somewhere if he continues to play.
It's pretty amazing because Trey Johnson has had 3 subpar shooting performances in a row.
Right.
Obviously, Oklahoma was the worst when he was 0 of 14, but I think it was 6 of 19 against Vandy and 8 of 21 against the Aggies.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Texas has won 2 of those games goes to show you that the other guys are stepping up.
Yeah.
And that's great. Like, it's a team game. I don't care how good Trey Johnson is. I don't care that he's probably going to be a top 5 pick in a few months. Like, you got to have your others step up.
And
they
he's
have
seeing the other guys. He's presenting the ball to the other guys too on some of his drives, and he's spotting up guys. But for me, the way he shoots, I still think, I know he takes some outrageous shots, but boy, there's a couple of those, BK, where it looks like that guy's got 40 points in him tonight.
Yeah, I still prefer him taking crazy shots over some of these guys taking open shots, to be perfectly honest with you. But he might have to go supernova today for Texas to advance to the semifinals.
Well, this should be a fun game. If they have their energy and they're not totally exhausted from the last 2 games, this should be a fun game.
Should be.
Because they're going to have to go to the boards once again. You think they had to go to the boards against the Aggies? I think Tennessee's a taller team. I don't know if they're wider, but they're taller height-wise than what I think we saw from the Aggies.
Tennessee is a better defensive rebounding team than A&M. A&M's the best offensive rebounding team in America. So, I mean, I was so happy with Texas in the first half because A&M only had 2 offensive rebounds. And I'm like, this is great, man. Are you kidding me? The Aggies ended up with 20 in the game, and somehow Texas still won. Don't give up 20 to Tennessee today, please.
No.
And don't get like that was the difference in the regular season game where Tennessee won in Austin 76-72. It was close. Texas led with 4 minutes left, couldn't hold on. But Texas got out rebounded by 14. They got outscored by 12 in the paint. This is, again, hard hat, blue collar.
Oh, there's no doubt because Tennessee, they're well rested. They will play really tough defense today.
They're the best defensive team in the country, according to Ken Palm. Like, they're big, they're long, they're physical. They want this game to be like 42-39. They want 4 corners basketball coming back, Tennessee. I want to play this Trey Johnson sound, but apparently the last RT cut we played sounded horrible. Is that true, Buck?
Oh, wow, that's RT's voice more than anything.
I mean, we got like a plethora of texts saying that I could barely hear anything RT was saying. So we'll try it. If it sucks, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on here, but we've got Trey Johnson.
RT sounds like the kid trying to get into the adult theater. I need 2 tickets. Hey, I need. Can you give me a ticket? He's trying to sound like he's got the deep voice, but it's all raspy and man, oh man. Sorry, kid, go away. I know you're 15. You're not getting into this movie. You can't get in here.
No, I'm not. I'm 28.
I'm 28 years old. Yeah.
I'm sick. I've had a cough these last few. That's great. That is great. Yeah. When's the last time Rodney Terry has had his voice? Like if I'm just like a
Never
Tennessee.
Heard it before. I don't know what his real voice sounds like.
Yeah, this
is his real voice.
Maybe it is. If I'm a student journalist at like Vanderbilt 2 days ago or A&M yesterday, I'm like, yeah, sorry for a random question, but when's the last time you've had your voice, Rodney?
I think
I got to know.
I've heard him the last couple of years. I've never heard him sound any different.
No, you're right. He's yelling constantly, and whatever he's done in Nashville so far has worked. All right, we'll try this sound. It's only like 15 to 20 seconds. It's back-to-back. It's Trey Johnson and Jordan Pope. They both met with the media after yesterday's win, and they were asked if they believed that Texas has done enough to make the NCAA tournament.
I think we should be in by now, for sure. But if not, we can still put our hard hats on and come back and get another one tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I'm just taking it day by day, game by game. It's do or die. So I'm treating every game like it's our last, regardless if we believe we're in or not. So I'm just trying to go out and win every single game. Hopefully we do get in, though.
Yeah, Pope's just happy he's getting in these games. He's just happy to be a part of this and getting some positive things done. Whether he doesn't get to bring the ball up the court in the final 3 or 4 minutes, he doesn't care. He's just happy to keep playing basketball. And Trey Johnson is just figuring out, hey, if we're not in, we got to do whatever we have to do to get in. We're going to do our best at it today. So, I think he's proven that he's not only just a great shooter, he's an effort guy too. Like I said, he doesn't play great defense, but he tries to. He doesn't, he doesn't get in front of the guys all the time, but he actually tries to.
Glad you said that.
He's a lot different than he was when he first came onto the campus and we saw him in the first month of basketball. His game has changed. He's changed. I think as a try guy, hard defender. And as I said, when Kendall Weaver's around, dude, if you're not going at least 50% of what he does, you will look awful if you're a part of that 5 that are on the court when he's on the court. You'll look terrible.
Yeah, it's well said. You hit the nail on the head. Like, Trey Johnson's not a great defender by any stretch, but he does try there. It's not like James Harden just olaying guys to the hoop every time.
James Harden used to wait for you to go by him, then he'd try to slap the ball from behind, knowing that it was either going to be a foul or you were going to just keep on going to the hoop on him.
Yeah, you're getting effort. And Jordan Pope deserves some love, man. I mean, he had some great
rebound. I know. How about the rebounding yesterday? That was incredible.
Yeah, he hit that big shot, too, in the second overtime. Texas was up by 2 with less than a minute to go. He gets the switch, gets a bigger defender on him, and he hits
was
that
in the
kind
paint, wasn't he, on that shot?
Yeah, like an elbow, just outside. Kind of a fall-away jumper from the elbow, but he got it to go in to push Texas's lead to 4. That was kind of the beginning of the end for the Aggies. He had a huge 3 in the corner as well. Like, he's upped his game. He has upped his game, starting with the regular season finale against Oklahoma. So that's great to see. Tremont Mark. I mean, you had 6 guys in double figures yesterday. There were regular
Larry
season
went
games.
on a left-handed layup in the paint and got to the rack.
No, that was the funniest thing.
The less I see of him, the better I think it is for the team, really.
Yeah, he only played 8 minutes yesterday. And you're right, like Julian Larry, his first shot, he had that nice move to the cup and had that high off the glass lay-in. Yeah. And then he literally tried it like the next 3 possessions.
Yeah, he did.
And he missed all of them. It's like, dude, like, you're not hot because you made 1 shot. Pass the ball. You're not good.
Oh,
get rid of it.
You're right. He did. The next 2 shots were the same kind of move. One of them, the rim blocked. The other one, the other guy blocked. The rim blocked one of them. He didn't get it up underneath it. So
now that was pretty much it. I mean, Julian Larry played 8 minutes. Like, you did not see him. I mean, he came back into the game when Tremont Mark fouled out because RT just didn't have any other choices in the second overtime. But, like, it was, all right, Julian, you're doing way too much. Come here and take a seat next to me.
Yes.
There are plenty of open seats. They got the nice cushy chairs here at the conference tournament. And just go ahead and pop a squat and go ahead and throw those warm-ups on. We're not going to need you very much today, buddy.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, Mark has to stay in the game today. They can't be without him.
That's the thing. It's like you obviously want to go 10 deep like you did yesterday, but it might be another do or die type of game. So you might need Trey Johnson to play 38 today. You might need Tremont Mark to play 36 or 37 today.
Mark will have to cover their shooter too.
Lanier,
they've got
Chaz
a great
Lanier.
three-point shooter. Yeah.
Yeah. Or Lanier. Yes.
Yeah. They have. He's got to cover him. That's a long day right there.
Yeah, it is. Tennessee's good. I mean, they're like, that's the thing. Look, Texas has more to play for because they're trying to make the tournament. But this is a Tennessee team that if the Vols go out and win the SEC, they're going to be a number 1 seed.
Yes.
Like, I think Auburn and Duke are surefire number 1s. They could both lose today. It doesn't matter. Those are your top 2 seeds. But I think Florida, Alabama, and Tennessee are all maybe fighting for those last 2 number 1 seeds. So, like, whoever does best out of those 3, or whatever 2 teams, I guess, do best out of those 3 might be your 1. So that's a lot to play for the Volunteers. And they're at home, basically. Like, you thought Vanderbilt had.
All the teams in the SEC get homers for some odd reason.
Yeah, I know. I mean, technically, this is a homer for Vanderbilt, but they don't have the fan base that Tennessee has.
That crazy orange will be there today.
Oh, yeah, that nasty-ass looking orange. Like, yeah, it's a road game. It's going to feel way more like a road game than Vanderbilt did, I'm here to tell you. So there's a lot going against Texas today. Like you said, if you could play close and you could prove that you can hang with a potential number 1 seed late in the season, then I think you're okay. But you do wonder if this game gets out of hand, could that be the nail in the coffin for Texas's tourney chances?
Wow, speaking of coffin, man, we lost a great one yesterday, John Feinstein.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what a writer! What a
legendary
writer. That was what a sports guy, man. Just that's big right there. Man, oh man, that was sad to hear. I was going to say 69 years young, which is right on my number. So
yeah,
good dude too.
You met him?
I've met him before. Yeah, good dude.
Nice. Yeah, best-selling author, long time. sports
I mean,
columnist.
when he talks, I mean, his books, if you read into them, I mean, that's a very thoughtful guy. You know, he doesn't like slackers. There's no doubt about. He'll call you out for being a slacker too. He doesn't. The athletes that he has written about. I mean, if there's anything about them that even attempts to be a slacker, he'll let you know in his books about that person. He's a good one.
Very polarizing figure.
Yes.
Because he spoke his mind and wrote his mind a lot, and he pissed a lot of people off along the way.
He did.
It was one of those, like, you either loved him or you hated him. He was the Dallas Cowboys of sports columnists. You didn't have like he's fine opinion about that dude. It was either you loved what he did or you couldn't stand what he did.
He was very opinionated about what he was talking about.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
And most of the time he was right on with it too.
Yep. Rest in peace. John Feinstein, dead at 69. Not so nice. All right. We'll take your thoughts. There's plenty of Texas basketball talk right there. Texas and Tennessee at 2:30. We'll see if the game actually tips at 2:30. That game just didn't end yesterday, but it was worth it. God, that would have sucked to lose. If that's the way your season ends, if that's the way Rodney Terry's career at Texas ended, that would have been brutal, but it's worth it to play those extra 10 if you win. We'll see Texas and Tennessee at 2:30, or really 25 minutes after Auburn and Ole Miss play the first game today.
Yeah, depending on how long that goes.
Exactly, and the way these refs are calling these games. Goodness gracious. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The Buck and I think Texas has done enough to get in. Our opinions, unfortunately, don't matter. We'll see what the committee thinks on Sunday. But if the Longhorns win one more today, then I don't even think you need to watch. You're going to watch because you're going to want to see where Texas is playing and who they're playing. But if they win today, I think they are a lock to get in. All right, Buck, before we get to the NFL and some of the moves the Dallas Cowboys are maybe making, let's give another round of sponsor shout-outs.
Shout out our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. And they've got all the liquids that you need there too. They've got water, they've got alcohol, they've got, of course, they've got Allstat beer there. They're located at 4601, right at the end of the Southwest Parkway before you hit Mopac. You'll find them right there. And if you're having a huge party, they're a wholesale distributor in Travis County. They can get all that alcohol to you. They're all over the place right now, South by Southwest. You'll see those bands with Ricky Williams' picture on the side of them. But go there if you want to go by and pick up something for, just a weekend for yourselves, and just head on over there. Once again, 4601 Southwest Parkway, 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. And you can get you some of that Altstadt beer.
Oh, yeah, baby.
34 Wine and Spirits. I mentioned it a few minutes ago. I don't want anybody to call me. I don't want anybody to text me. I don't want anybody to need me this weekend, because all I want to do is sit on the couch, drink Altstadt beer, and watch basketball.
And fall asleep. You got to get a little sleep in occasion. Got to get about 20-minute rest in there between games.
I'm about 4 Altstats deep. Yeah, I might take a little power nap on the couch. You bet your ass I will. Altstat is the best beer that you could find all throughout the state of Texas. If you're like me, you're just going to be hanging out at home, watching basketball, watching golf, watching everything. Make sure you've got a great beer to accompany your sports watching. You should have that all year long, but especially all weekend long. If you're hitting the town, of course, your favorite bars and restaurants, they've got Altstat beer as well. Now, be safe, be smart, drink Altstat responsibly, plan a sober ride home. But again, whatever you're doing, it's going to be another beautiful weekend in Central Texas. Maybe you're going outside and doing normal people stuff. You can still enjoy Altstat while you're doing all of that. The best beer in the Lone Star State, it is Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Big shout out to our friends over at Syntex Tickets. If you're planning on, if you want to go to Vegas, if you're heading to Vegas for March Madness, do get in touch with the folks at Syntex Tickets. If you want to see some of the great shows that they have out in Vegas at the Sphere or any place else out there, they'll have tickets for it. Use the promo code Syntex10, get 10% off. How about that?
Yep.
All your ticket needs. Get ready. NBA, playoffs, you name it, they've got tickets for it. Believe me, Broadway shows, the whole works. Anything happen at Circuit of the Americas, they will be there just for you.
Yes, indeed, they will. And a shout out to our friends at Cabo Bob's as well. We do all of these Cabo Bob's gift card giveaways, and hopefully we do 2 more next week.
There you go.
Our giveaways depend on what Texas baseball and Texas softball do. So if the Longhorn baseball team has a winning weekend, we give away a $50 Cabo Bob's gift card. If the Texas softball team has a winning weekend, we give away a $50 Cabo Bob's gift card. We got you covered. If you've never been to Cabo Bob's, dude, like think of, I don't know, we're not on the radio. We can do what we want. Think of like Chipotle, like that concept, or Freebirds, the burrito bowl
Mhm.
salad concept, but just way better. Fresher ingredients, local, better tasting, more options. If you haven't been to Cabo Bob's yet, you're missing out. It's one of my favorite restaurants in the city. Like my girlfriend and I go, that's like date night for us, dude. We love Cabo Bob's. If you haven't tried it yet, you're missing out. If you have tried it, you know what we're talking about. Shout out to Cabo Bob's for hooking us up with all of these giveaways here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And of course, our good friends over at Sue Patrick's, we're sporting Jay's gear today. Love the hats over there, all the Texas theme items that you have over there. And me, I love the polo. I love all the different types of golf shirts and short. I said shorts too. Hey, they got shorts over there, as a matter of fact. They got golf gear. They've got head covers, balls, tees, you name it. They've got it at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Go on by there. Get the jelly cats. I got to get there before Easter. I've got to go. I've got to pick up a jelly cat for my granddaughter. Yes, my granddaughter. Yeah, I got to do that. Hey, did you watch the video of that little girl singing?
No, you never sent it to me.
I didn't?
Did you send it to me?
I thought I sent it to you. Maybe I sent it to somebody else. Oh, I'm so proud of my little 7-year-old granddaughter. She sang a song in Italian and never told her mom. She found a way not to let the secret out and got there. My daughter thought she was going to see the little choir for her grade, and she sang a solo in Italian, and it was awesome. Well, that talent doesn't come from my part of the family, so we know that at least.
You did send it to me. You sent it to me at 7:01 a.m. during a show. I don't know how you did that. That's very impressive by you. Maybe that's why I haven't watched it yet. But
wait till you see it. It's kind of cool. It is.
Awesome.
It is cool. I don't generally do all those like soccer send outs and all that stuff, but no soccer this weekend, brother. Everybody's on spring break. No soccer games for Grandpa.
Yeah, go get you a fish sandwich and then watch some basketball.
Oh, it's fish sandwich day. Oh, this
Friday,
is
baby.
This is McDonald's day. I'm going. Give me some fries. I just can't figure out which one to go to because that one down by you has been my most disappointing. Mickey D's. It used to be my favorite.
Yeah.
Not anymore. They jacked me around on some fries one time.
Oh.
That were like shoestrings.
Hang on. If they're jacking you around, then you should be wanting to go there. No,
I didn't like it. I don't like my fries cold. I should have made that throw them back at them. Should have thrown my fries right back through the window. I didn't. I just moved along, and I've not returned to that one.
Go to the McDonald's at the Target, or wait, no, at the Walmart, pretty close to.
I know
290.
that. Oh, inside there, I go to that Walmart.
Yeah, get some people watching in while you're enjoying your fillet of fish.
Feel good about myself by watching those people in Walmart.
Oh yeah, I was there yesterday.
You went in? Oh, you must have been feeling down and out or something.
Well, actually, I've been battling, like my throat's been killing me all week. I'm sucking on a lozenge right now. If I sound weird, but I'm like, I got to re-up on medicine. So I'll just go to Walmart because it's the closest like grocery store / pharmacy to my place.
Everybody's sick and sickly looking in there anyway.
I was the healthiest person in that place, dude. You got people just hawking loogies on the ground, people coughing everywhere, people like not wearing any clothes. It's like, what is this is a different world inside these doors.
Dude, for some odd reason, every place else I park where I feel okay and I feel comfortable getting out. At some reason at a Walmart, I park my car where, it's like I worry about, hey, don't forget to lock the car. Don't forget to lock it's like I'm going to come out there and my windows are going to be broken. And why do I feel that way about that place? That's bad.
I mean, it is a lower income clientele. And
that doesn't necessarily mean they're bad people.
No, it doesn't. But statistically speaking,
Yeah, you do have to go on statistics, I guess.
I don't know. You should lock your car everywhere you go.
I know. I don't feel that way at Academy. When I go to Academy,
why do I feel that way about now I hope I see your car at Academy. I'm going to go in there and snag a thing or two.
Bust into the car.
Hang on. Papa needs a new driver.
Yeah, people do stuff. I don't feel that way at Costco's, United Nations of lunch. I still haven't done my lunch yet. I'm going to do that.
I went to Costco last weekend in Dallas on a Saturday afternoon.
What?
Yeah.
Saturday afternoon.
I didn't even buy anything. The guy I
You're
was
just
staying
in
with,
there?
the guy I was staying with in Dallas wanted to like just buy a couple of things.
Which, of
And
course, he didn't buy. He bought more than a couple of things.
no, he literally, well, like part of his job is like looking at he works for some like food product company. That's not what it's called. But he was like just making sure like, he could basically write off everything on his trip to Dallas if he went to a Costco and did like 5 minutes of work. So
Okay.
it's like, all right, I'll go with you. We're in the car together. I'll go with you. And he only bought like 2 things, but that place, I mean, it took 10 minutes to find a parking spot, first of
Oh.
all, like a legit 10 minutes to find a spot. And then it was just like, thank God I didn't have to buy anything because the lines were
No.
insane. And the lines for lunch, it would have taken like 20 minutes to order your food, just to order. Costco.
I got to do the lunch there. We got to bring the video there for me to do lunch with the people.
I'll go with you, man. Like I'll
With the
happily,
people.
I'll have a nice lunch with you. We'll get chicken bakes or hot dogs or whatever the hell you want to eat.
Pizza. That's it. Just pizza. No
Hell,
hot dogs. No.
no
Don't
hot
do
dogs.
Only do dogs at the ballpark. Don't do them at Costco. No.
Get you a hot dog at 7-Eleven.
Dude, they got plants right now at Costco. They got the vegetables are ready to be, the tomatoes are ready. My wife sent me a note and said, hey, tomatoes are ready. Do you want tomatoes? I'm like, no, it's too early. I'm not putting tomatoes in there just so they can die if it gets cool overnight. No. No.
All right.
I'm working hard. If I go to Costco's, I'm picking up something for Javier.
There you go. Yeah. You're gonna get him 50 rolls of toilet paper.
I got enough of that. I'm just worried about my house catching on fire. I got plenty of toilet paper to get that baby up in a flame upstairs.
Yeah, don't
For
do
some
that.
reason now, if I go to Costco, I'm getting 2 big rolls. Whether I need it or not, because I'm going to beat people to the punch.
No, it ain't 2 rolls you're gonna get. It's about 200 rolls you're gonna get at Costco.
Rolls, or 2 packs or whatever.
There you go.
2 12 packs.
2 giant packs. Place is amazing. That place is amazing. All right, the Dallas Cowboys. They made a signing last night, and there are rumors that they could be making another signing today. Now, some of those rumors have kind of dwindled over the last few minutes. But the Cowboys did sign Miles Sanders, the former Philadelphia Eagles and Carolina Panthers running back. It's a 1-year, low-money contract for Miles Sanders. So we were talking yesterday about how the Cowboys needed running back help. They go out and do something. That's now 2 free agent signings in the backfield for Dallas. They got Javonte Williams earlier in the week. Now they go get Miles Sanders. Does that do anything?
No, Miles Sanders is fantastic if you've got the best offensive line in football.
Miles Sanders.
When he was with Philadelphia, that offensive line was spectacular. He goes to Carolina. How bad has he been?
I couldn't believe, like, I knew Miles Sanders had fallen off since leaving Philly. I mean, most people do when they go from Philadelphia to Carolina. It's just kind of how it works. I didn't realize he had fallen off a cliff the way he has. The following stats are from 2 seasons. This is not 1 year's worth. He was in Carolina for 2 years, and in those 2 years, Miles Sanders totaled 637 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Man.
On 3.5 yards per carry. And oh, by the way, he played in 27 games. So it's not like, he played in like 10 games. That's why his numbers are so bad. He played in 27 games. He had 637 yards and 3 touchdowns in 2 seasons.
Wow.
I didn't think the Cowboys could bring in somebody more washed up than Javonte Williams. They went out and brought in somebody more washed up than Javonte Williams.
They really let Rico Dowdle leave.
Old.
They let Rico get out the door.
Yeah, they could have gotten Rico.
He must have been asking for the moon.
He
must have asked for the moon. He must have got a lot of money going to Carolina.
Well, he didn't get the moon. I don't know what he was asking for. He didn't get it. And that's the thing.
And the Cowboys wouldn't give it to him to keep him around.
I know. What a horrible swallow. I think the Cowboys assumed that Rico was going to get the moon. And they're like, we're not going to pay. And that's fine. Like, I didn't want to pay Rico Dowdle $7-8 million to stay, but he ended up getting 3. And it's like, you couldn't do that. Instead, you're giving Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams 3-year deals. What are you doing? Like, they're just assembling a team of has-beens in Dallas. speaking of has-beens, there's a report this morning from Adam Schefter that said a sleeper team has emerged and is making a push to sign former Los Angeles Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp. And that sleeper team was the Cowboys.
Yeah, I told you yesterday. Cooper Kupp will be with the Cowboys.
And it's like, that's kind of cool. Like, his best days are behind him. I still would rather go younger, but like Cooper Kupp is a lot better than just about everybody else Dallas has brought in free agency so far.
He's gonna demand a lot of money, right?
I would think. I don't know what a lot is for him. He'll get double-digit mil a year. I don't know if he'll get to like 20 a year. I don't know. I could be way off on that. But
yeah, if he's asking for 12 mil.
Sorry to rain on your parade here, because at 7:41, so what was that, 30 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Adam Schefter tweeted, while the Cowboys made what one source described as a push for Cooper Kupp, they still are not considered the likely landing spot for the former Rams wide receiver. So like the one kind of cool thing the Cowboys were about to do in free agency, and I would have been on board with Cooper Kupp, like not my top choice, but I would have been on board with him. And I would have talked myself into that being a nice pickup and a guy who can really help this team next year.
Yeah, he'll be down in Houston.
The one kind of cool move they could have made, they sounds like they're not going to make it.
No. They're looking for another special teams guy that can return punts and kickoffs and play part-time wide receiver.
My God, they're going to draft another Cavante Turpin.
Yes.
They're going to have two returners back there every time somebody punts.
Hey, we can return the ball. He does make the Pro Bowl. You know?
Right now, that's the best offense the Cowboys have.
Man.
Is their return game, because they have Dak and they have CeeDee Lamb, and then they have this is intentional radio silence here. It's not technical difficulties you're experiencing on your app or on your phone. They don't. So Miles Sanders, I mean, what? Solomon Thomas, Miles Sanders, Peyton Turner.
Wow.
Just all of these, Kair Elam, just guys who were either good at one point or were supposed to be good at one point that aren't good now.
And they're coming to a team that's not good, so it doesn't make them any better.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. And again, Cooper Kupp would have made them better. But they're not. Tom McKay is right. They return a lot of kicks because they give up so many scores.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, the Cowboys are telling you that they don't care about winning. And feels like they haven't for a while, but like the fact that they're doing this same song and dance again for a second consecutive offseason, it's just like.
Yeah, and now they've got two guys that played with each other on the same team arguing. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence is now having feuds with Micah Parsons, what's Micah Parsons worried about? We'll be talking about that guy. That he understands what a joke that place is. He went for the money, and he feels like he has a better chance of winning Seattle. How bad is it? That he thinks he has a better chance to get to the Super Bowl in Seattle than he does with the Dallas Cowboys? Well, that's not a joke. It's about the same.
Seattle's won one more recently than the Cowboys have, obviously. I mean, I think, well, I don't know. I can't say Dallas is better than Seattle because Seattle won 10 games last year.
Yeah.
Now, they did just trade their quarterback and they lost their top two receivers. So they've got some big questions up there right now. And the Cowboys have been closer to winning in the last few years than the Seahawks have. But yeah, we've got the video here. So I guess you could say DeMarcus Lawrence started it, but he didn't call out Micah Parsons here.
No, he's just talking about where he was. He's been there a long time. Micah Parsons hasn't been there as long as.
Well, this is bad by this is bad by DeMarcus Lawrence. So he's in Seattle right now. He's talking with somebody on the Seattle Seahawks PR or social media team, whatever, right. And it's like his first interview up there. And he just here's like 15 seconds of how that went down.
Dallas is my home. I made my home there. My family lives there. I'm forever going to be there. But, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
So it's like, I mean, look, he might be right. He might be right. If DeMarcus Lawrence stayed in Dallas for 3 more years, odds are he wasn't going to win a Super Bowl. But
yeah, throughout what his career is like, I mean, the position that he plays.
That's a pretty shitty thing. That's a pretty unnecessary shot, though, isn't it? For a team that drafted you and gave you a few contracts and paid you a ton of money, like he just out of the blue was like, I was never going to win anything there. And then you go to Seattle? It's not like he went to the Chiefs.
No, well, yeah, that's the part that worries me, thinking that you're going to win one there.
Yeah.
I just wanted to start over. That's all. He wanted kind of a fresh start with the group, but I don't know.
The first athlete that just comes out and says, this is the best offer I got, so I took it, will be my favorite athlete ever.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's exactly what it is. I got a better offer than I did in Dallas.
Right. Or anywhere else. If it's about winning, dude, you're not going to win a Super Bowl in Seattle the next 3 years. You've got Sam Darnold as your quarterback.
With no receivers.
Don't do that. You sound like an idiot when you do that. Maybe it's like, I'm being bitter Cowboys fan here, but it's like, no, you're not going to win one there. If you went to Kansas City or Philadelphia or Buffalo or Baltimore or anywhere that actually has a chance to win, and you're like, well, I wasn't going to win one there, so I came here to actually win one.
And Micah Parsons is going to defend the Cowboys because he wants to get paid by them. He wants his contract to be huge. So he's not going to he's going to go and defend it. So Jerry knows I'm defending the Dallas Cowboys, because the real deal is your team ain't doing shit either.
Right. And Micah Parsons, yeah, to your point about what he did, he quote tweeted that exact video that we just played and said, this what rejection and envy look like. This some clown shit.
I mean, it's
I don't.
Is there something Micah Parsons still not saying about the Dallas Cowboys, except for he could be getting a boatload of money and they may not still win. He may be getting a boatload and he may get rich, but they're not going anywhere. He doesn't see that part of it yet.
Yeah, well, you're right. I think your hunch of like Micah Parsons is trying to get paid, so he's going to go to bat for the Dallas Cowboys. Sure. And we know Jerry Jones loves Jerry Jones guys, right? Like, so if you get in on Jerry's good side, you might be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Ryan Schottenheimer, Jason Garrett,
the next billionaire with them.
Or Zeke Elliott. Hey, Zeke, come on back, man. We loved you. We'll take you back because I really liked you as a guy. So like that could be what Micah Parsons is doing
his podcast. He wants to be mad about something. He just wants something to have to say too.
Right. And that's just who Micah Parsons is.
I got why he's defending it. He didn't even have to say anything. He could have just gone about his business doing his podcast and talking about how we're trying to get ready and whatever. But I understand he's trying to get his bag of money too. And you're right. I might as well get on the good side.
That kind of stuff is why some Cowboys fans don't want to pay Micah Parsons. It's like, dude, just you don't have to pick those battles online. Like you don't have to do that here. It's just what are you doing here? Bringing this attention to yourself and to the team that's not necessary. By the way, DeMarcus,
the general manager brings enough and the owner brings enough. You don't have to be a part of that. DeMarcus Lawrence, by the way, responded and said, calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left. Ooh. That was DeMarcus Lawrence's response. DeMarcus, you were there a lot longer than Micah. What did you win, guy? Like, I don't know. I mean, it's whatever. Unnecessary shot by DeMarcus Lawrence. People are commenting, was he wrong? No, he wasn't going to win a Super Bowl in Dallas, but he's not going to win one in Seattle. And again, he wasn't provoked. He just took that shot. So I don't think that's necessary. But I don't know. He could say what he wants, I suppose. Yeah, and I understand why Micah Parsons did it because, he wants he doesn't, he's the same guy that has already said this shouldn't be, we don't need to draw this whole thing out with my contract. We need to just get me paid. Let's go. Are we going to do that? He's already talking about how this thing shouldn't be drawn out and taking so long. Well, it's going to be.
I don't think that I don't think any other Cowboys are going to tweet about this, but like I feel like there are a lot of other guys in that locker room who are like, man, really, dude? Like we went to war together for years and you're doing this to us like right after you leave. Come on, bro. Come on.
Oh,
bro.
yeah. So you were here for a long time. You got plenty of money and plenty of opportunities.
And I love DeMarcus Lawrence. He's been one of my favorite Cowboys for years. This won't change that, but it was a wild to see from a guy who was regarded as, a leader. He was a captain there for years. He was such a team first type of guy. And then just, to take that shot the first time he leaves Dallas, like the very first time a microphone is put in front of his face, just unexpected. Took a lot of Cowboys people by surprise yesterday, but there you go. So Miles Sanders is coming. Cooper Kupp doesn't sound like he's coming. By the way, speaking of Seattle, there are some rumblings that Seattle could be in the mix to sign Cooper Kupp.
Well, they can't sign him as a number one. I mean, he's going to get number one money, but he's not a number one receiver with the injuries that he has now. He just, steps slower. It's just not. I mean, he's good with another good receiver. You have to have a really quality receiver to go along with Cooper Kupp, I believe. That's why for the Cowboys, that would kind of make sense. But it's too much money he's asking for. He's not asking for warhorse money. He's asking for thoroughbred money.
I don't know.
Kentucky Derby style money.
Have you seen that, or are you just assuming that?
Oh, I'm assuming he's got. I mean, his contract. That's why the Rams weren't going to pay him that kind of money.
Well, that's right. He's not going to. I don't think he's going to get that deal from anybody. Do you?
No, but he's looking for it for some odd reason. Well, and that's what you should do.
And I guess you look for as much money as you can get, but
yeah.
If he thinks he's going to get the contract extension he got with the Rams, I think he's wrong. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is going to get $25 million a year and get paid like a true number one receiver. But I don't know. I mean, he's going to go to wherever pays him the most money. That's my thought.
14 or 15 and like it.
Yeah, and if that's the case, Seattle and Dallas are two teams that have been linked to Cooper Kupp. But again, Adam Schefter within the last 30 minutes said kind of feels like Dallas is not a likely landing spot.
They'll do it in the draft. You know that. They'll make it. The Cowboys will make it work in the draft.
Do the Cowboys think they have like 20 draft picks?
Yes.
Do they think they have like picks 1 through 20 in the draft? No. That's about the amount of holes they have on their roster right now. And there's
deal when Jerry was saying last year about we have some guys on our team we have to take care of. And we have to, you want me to take care of this guy, but what about the other guys that we've had through our farm system that are ready and valuable and ready to play for us? You don't have any of those, Jerry. You don't have a bunch of guys that are ready to play for you. That's why free agency is important. That's why when it's time to go get people, you go get them because you don't have anybody. You're not stacked. You don't have stockpiles of great defensive tackles and guys that can play in your secondary or at wide receiver or hell, even at running back. You don't have those guys.
It's 2 years in a row where it kind of feels like the Cowboys have voluntarily gotten worse. Like that's I don't think that's what you're supposed to do, but they let everybody leave last year and didn't bring anybody in. And this year they've let a few guys leave and they're bringing in a bunch of like nobodies. So, well, you don't need to spend the most money in free agency every year, but like, can you spend a little bit more? Can you sign somebody for more than $6 million a year, please? That's why Cooper Kupp's probably not coming to Texas.
No, because he's going to get 12 at the least.
Oh, he's getting double digit.
He's going to get 12 mil.
100%. And the Cowboys, again, you got to go all the way back to Greg Hardy 10 years ago. The last time the Cowboys paid an external free agent more than $6 million a year. That's not a lot. That wasn't a lot back then. And the salary cap has grown 9 figures in that time. And the Cowboys still just won't do it. So you think you would learn from, Philadelphia, Kansas City, the Rams, like these teams that have won Super Bowls in recent seasons. Cowboys are, Jerry Jones would rather be wrong doing it his way than be right doing it somebody else's way.
Yeah, someone said that Cooper Kupp's looking for 20 mil. I'm looking to give you your 14 and you like it.
Oof. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a bad deal with the Texans.
No, I'd be okay with the Texans going after Cooper Kupp. The Texans are a win-now type of team.
Yeah.
So getting a win-now type of player, a guy who's on the wrong side of 30, who's dealt with a couple of injuries, like you sign him to a 2-year deal and hope you could get 2 more great years out of Cooper Kupp. I'm fine with that. Pair him with Nico Collins. You just got Christian Kirk via trade. That is a move that would make some sense to me. Now, if the Texans want to draft a receiver at 25 or draft the one in the second round, then that would also make some sense to me. I do think they still could use some extra receiver help, even though they brought in a couple of guys this week.
Yep.
But Cooper Kupp there would make sense.
Once again, I think what you said yesterday, that the Texans are going to end up getting no less than 2 offensive linemen.
They have to. Yeah, 4 top 3 round picks for Houston. as of right now, unless they go out and get like all of the best free agent O linemen that are still available, and there aren't many good ones that are left. I fully expect them to use 2 of those premium picks on big boys.
Yeah, and if they have to move around and give up one to get a great one, they're going to have to do it. They just have to.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we'll take your thoughts. There's the latest Dallas Cowboys drama. And yes, there is drama right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Be involved with the show. You are the most important part of the show, so chime on in. All right, before we get to another airplane story, because of course we have.
No, something has happened on a plane again.
Well, it's actually something that happened a few months ago on a plane, but has turned into a lawsuit this week. And it's an etiquette question.
All right.
We're going to need the people's
I have good plane etiquette.
Do you? We're about to find out, I guess.
Yeah, I'm very good at plane etiquette, helping ladies put their bags up in the overhead compartment. They come through the aisle and they're fumbling around. I will get out of my seat and I will try to lift their big, heavy bags that they're bringing all their furniture in and everything else and trying to stuff it in that spot. I will do that. I think that's sad when I see a grown man sitting there and some lady's trying to lift her stuff up. I know she may say, "Oh, I got it," but I think you should at least make the move to help them out.
Yeah, that's good etiquette.
Yeah, lady with a poncho, breastfeeding. I can help the kid underneath the poncho if I have to get to that milk. I'll do those good things. That's what kind of guy I am.
Why would that kid need some help under the poncho?
Well, I mean, it's dark under there. You may not get to the right spot. I need to help that kid get to the right area so he can get his milk. So you shut up on the plane.
You're going to place him there? What are you going to do?
I'll place him in the right spot.
Okay. Are you going to ask beforehand, or you're just going to start reaching under a woman's poncho?
No, that was my airport story in Boston when the kid was acting up, screaming and crying. And I mean, this was a kid who he looked like he could run the mile, BK. You know how kids generally stop, I don't know, breastfeeding maybe at 4 or maybe 5. This kid looked like he was 7 and running through the airport, but he was screaming and going nuts. And he wouldn't shut up. And we were in the waiting area to board. And finally, the mom put up the poncho and the kid went underneath. And you could hear the kid. I'm going, oh, that's all it took to calm that kid down? He was hungry. But I'm like, that's not a kid. That's almost an adult. It's almost a teenager underneath there.
Hold on here.
Yes.
Is 4 to 5 the normal age to stop breastfeeding? That feels very late.
I mean, I'm just saying that's I would think as late as it can get. Probably 4 is probably as late as it probably should get. This kid was like 8.
I thought you were done by 2.
No, I mean there's some women that will breastfeed a kid, I got to believe, into their 3s, late 3s, almost 4.
Huh. Okay. I'm in on that.
But if you see one that can run, run through the airport.
This kid was he was standing up doing it. He wasn't even sitting on mama's lap.
No, he was standing up. She was sitting down. He was standing up in front of her.
That's amazing.
Oh, yes. I think that was time. When the kid's on the track team, it's probably time to stop.
Lee says my son was done at 1. I was going to say 1 to 2 feels like were you on the teat until you were 4 or 5?
Not me. No. But I was a breastfed baby.
Yeah, I think I was too. But I think by the time I could talk and walk, I was like, no, give me that bottle instead, please.
No, but there are some people that will go into that 2nd and 3rd year.
Not into the 7th or 8th or 9th year.
Oh, no, I don't think they go into 2nd grade.
And you're making it sound like the kid was on his way to prom and he had to grab one more swig before he left.
If you'd have seen this kid running around the airplane, or everybody's sitting around, he's running around pitching a fit and jumping and falling on the ground. Then he goes underneath and his mom throws that thing over his head and you could hear it slurping. It's like he was grabbing a Slurpee. I'm like, this kid is really being breastfed now.
Maybe he was just eating a bowl of chicken noodle soup or something under there.
Yeah.
She had one ready to go.
It was
Jay,
awful.
Jay with the comment of the hold on. Jay with the comment of the day here. I'm 44 and still on my wife's teat. Well done there, Jay.
Yeah, but I don't think you're probably not getting any refreshments from that.
All
I think
right. Now you're go ahead, Buck. Sorry
all right,
about
folks,
that.
if you're seeking out specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, do contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. They offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and even more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. We love those guys. And they want to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, and if you need to have that knee replaced, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. And some love to our friends at Olipop. Time to re-up on my Olipop selection. I downed the last one that I had in my fridge yesterday. About a grape. Your favorite flavor, Buck. That's what
Love
I had
grape.
yesterday.
Love
It's
it.
good stuff. They got 19 different flavors of Olipop. Grape's one of my favorites. Cream soda is one of my favorites. They've got a bunch of great flavors of Olipop. Their root beer is fantastic as well. I'd say I've tried 16 or 17 of them to this point. I'm on the quest for all 19. If you haven't tried any Olipop yet, what are you doing? You've heard us talk about them for months now. This stuff is fantastic, and it's soda, so it tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. Unlike the sodas you've been drinking for years, no, Olipop found a way to make a really good tasting soda actually be healthy for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can, ingredients that support good digestive health, and taste that supports your taste buds as well. Get you some the next time you're at the store. It doesn't matter where you go. If you're at Costco, if you're at Walmart forgetting to lock your car like the Buck, if you're at Target, HEB, wherever you shop, you can find Olipop.
Somebody told me that's called classism, Bucky. What I'm talking about the folks at Walmart. I'm a classist. I guess that's what that means. I don't know, but nobody's ever
You're a
broke.
classist.
And nobody's ever busted the windows or my car, tried to break into my car at the PGA store up at the Domain. Sorry, I don't know what it's called, but it is what it is.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, it is what it is. So that's just the way they go. By the way, nice visit to the dentist yesterday, as I said. Great. Went to Dr. Eckert yesterday. Got my teeth clean. Look at those babies. Got them clean.
Come on, man.
And I was sitting in the waiting room, BK, for no more than about 8 minutes before I went back and started. I didn't have to listen to the drill. I didn't have to read any of the People magazines and start worrying about what's going to happen back there. I'm sorry I forgot the young lady's name. I guess she's a dental hygienist who cleans the teeth. That she's new there, and she was physical. She was physical with me getting in there and getting stuff done, and I'm fine with that because I don't like a lot of time spent with the scraping of teeth. You know how you go to the dentist and they're trying to get in there and clean it, and they're digging around the gums, but they're taking forever because they're not getting that plaque or whatever the crap is in between your teeth. She was in there, BK, and almost had her knee up in my chest. You could hear the stuff kind of popping, and she was getting it done, got it done real quick. Didn't hit any spots where like I jumped or anything. She was fantastic. But I like somebody that has solid grip in there when they're cleaning. I don't like the little scraper that wants to take an hour and a half to just clean my teeth, or takes the floss and goes in between and does it, real like this little dainty. She was in there like she had a rope in there, like a jump rope. Got it done, man. Felt good. Looks good too.
There you go. Yeah, well done, Dr.
Yeah,
Eckert.
man.
Looks
Love
clean.
it.
Love that.
Got to get her name so I can spread the word. Go in there and you want to get your teeth clean, and you want to get it done quickly and with strength instead of the pansy ass ding, 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 ding. This is going to take us 2 hours to get these teeth clean. Really? Places to go. Let's go. Let's start digging in here. But it'll be a while before I
get your mouth assaulted.
Yeah, I did. I was assaulted yesterday, and that's fine. Love it.
I love that. All right. Shout out to our great friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave. They've got the best selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs that you can find in both new and used. Great people out there as well. But if you've never been to their dealership off of Highway 71, go check it out. You can't miss it when you're driving by Highway 71 out to Dripping Springs. It is gorgeous. It is massive. We're talking 42 acres of cars, trucks, and
Absolutely.
SUVs. So don't drive around the city to a bunch of different dealerships. Don't search a bunch of different used car websites. Just go out to the Covert. Go out to Covert Bee Cave and get what you need. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And this is one subject when we should not bring up boobs, breasts, teats, or whatever on this show because they go to town with it. You people don't know how to stop on that.
I'd like to go to town on some
See,
teats.
Here we go.
If that's what you're asking.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, I think
Wow.
you started it. By the way, that Rangers Tetas hat that we talked about,
Yes.
that got discontinued, those have been being listed on eBay. Those have been listed on eBay for $1,000.
No.
There's like 3 or 4 of those hats on eBay. At least there were yesterday. And there was like $700, $900, $1,000 for that now discontinued Texas Rangers cap.
Nah, you can keep it.
Yeah, for that price.
Yes.
Look, I would have bought one if they stayed like the $40 that they were online. My voice just completely disappears there. But yeah, of course, the greed. People are trying to make a lot of money off of that because that became a huge story this week.
Oh my God. Are
there's
nipples
still
technically straws? Really?
I guess for some they are, right?
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah. For that 14-year-old kid.
Hey, just happened to be able to had track shoes on. I don't know.
Weird bit.
Maybe they were going to a track meet. Who knows? That was an energy boost.
Energy boost. Yeah, I like that. Let's get to this airplane story.
Yeah, give me that one.
So this is a video that went viral back in December. And the audio is really annoying, and the video is not that great, so we're not going to play it. But basically what happened, this is a flight in Brazil, a domestic flight in Brazil, where a woman was filmed and getting shamed on this video because she would not switch seats with another passenger. The other passenger was a kid, where an unidentified mom was asking this woman who had a window seat if she would be willing to sacrifice her window seat so the mom could sit with the child. And the kid was throwing a fit because the kid wanted to sit by his mom and he wanted to sit by a window. So he was being obnoxious. So the mom is like, hey, Jennifer Castro, do you mind if we swap seats? Castro said no, because it was a middle seat that she would have to go sit in. So she said no. And then this mom takes out her phone and starts filming the passenger in an attempt to try to shame her for not switching. And she's like yelling in this clip, like, why doesn't she want to switch seats? Like all of this stuff, just berating this woman, recording her while all of this is going on. And this woman who paid for her seat, a window seat, just doesn't want to get up to sacrifice for a middle seat. So I'll ask you this, Buck, before we get to the latest update on this. Who's in the right here? Is it the mom who wants to sit next to her son and is trying to help out everybody because the kid is crying and wants to sit next to her? Or is it the woman, Jennifer Castro, who's like, I paid for this window seat, I'm not getting up?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if that's, you know me, we got to go, right? We got to fly. We got to get to our destination. So ladies, switch up so this kid will quit that screaming and going nuts. It's not a big deal. Let me buy you 5 drinks on the way. You know what I mean? What do you need? You need a hotel stay? You need a rental car or something? What is it that I can do to help you help this situation out? Because we're not slowing down.
Well, they didn't. They didn't stop. They didn't stop the flight. They didn't delay the flight. There's no emergency landing or anything like that. This is just like that. To me, that makes sense, right? If you want to switch seats with somebody on a plane and they have a better seat than you, you've got to offer something.
Yeah. Oh no, you got to make a deal. She paid for that seat. That's her seat. Tell that kid to quit crying. I'll talk to the kid if he's on the other side of me. Your mom can lean over or whatever, or I'll keep you busy. Yeah, this is the seat that I want. I don't want to be sitting in the middle.
Exactly. It can't just be like my kid wants to sit here, so you need to move.
Because your kid's going to pitch a fit. Your kid pitches a fit about everything, probably.
Right. It's like, hey, I'll pay you $50 or something, like, or I'll buy you a couple of drinks or whatever. I'll give you something. Please switch seats with my kid so he stops crying because it's annoying for me and it's annoying for everybody else. And
Yeah, I have a
here
price.
you go.
This is $100. You're not giving me less than $100 to do anything like that. Yeah, you got a hundy in there. You can go ahead and go to the ATM machine when you get off and get your 100 back, but you're going to give me 100 if I'm going to switch seats right now.
Ooh.
So your kid can look out the window. Yes, a hundy.
Would you trust that though? That ATM bit, like when we land, you've got to.
Oh no! They got to come up with the cash right away.
Dude, I was about to say I'm doing Catch Me If You Can, Tom Hanks. I'm running away as soon as I get off that plane, so I ain't paying that
Put
hundy.
that in my hand. You're carrying some cash aboard this plane.
Yeah. So you wouldn't move, even if it's a crying kid, even if you're being filmed. You're not getting up and moving from your seat.
Well, I mean, if it's to the point of we can't go unless he goes, eventually I'll say, yeah, let's go. I can sit in the middle seat or take it or whatever I had to do. Aisle seat, so the kid can sit and the mom can sit in the middle or whatever, and I have to sit in the aisle. I'm an aisle seat guy anyway. I like to get my knees slammed by the cart anyhow. So
what an aisle seat. If it's an aisle seat, then it's a no-brainer. You do it to get the kid to shut up. But a middle seat, not happening. Not happening at all.
Yeah, I mean, for me, even that, I mean, if I need to get going, I'll get going. It's not a big deal. I won't be that uncomfortable.
This is
I can do it.
All right, I'm not.
I'll make the sacrifice I'll make the sacrifice. I'll take one for the team.
For nothing. So you went from $100 to now $0 in the span of 60
seconds.
seconds.
No. I'm saying I'm going to ask first.
And they say no, then you're saying, okay, well, I'll do it for free.
I will. If everybody around me wants to get going, I'll do it. I mean, I'll take the hit. It's okay.
All right. Well, you're a better guy.
I'll let the spoiled kid get away with that.
You're a better man than I, because that's bullshit. That is like cheap ass parenting by that parent. If you want to sit next to your kid, buy a seat next to your kid. Buy that window seat.
When everybody else is involved, what do you want the mom to do? Punch the kid in the mouth and knock the kid out?
No,
just be able to punch the kid.
Sorry, you're not entitled to this seat just because your kid is crying. I paid for this seat. I don't want to give this up for a window seat. So shut your kid up or ask somebody else. Maybe somebody else on this plane will switch with you. Don't take out your phone and film me like I'm the bad person here.
Oh no, now the filming part is way over the top.
Yeah, I'm sitting in my assigned seat. This is where I'm supposed to be. I paid for this ticket. You did not.
Yeah,
you don't get this seat.
When I start getting filmed, then I start getting obnoxious.
What would you have said?
There's fingers being shot back at the video or whatever. I'm not just sitting there letting you film me because I'm in my seat.
Well, the woman agrees with you. I mean, she didn't really say much during the video. She just asked if she was being filmed a couple of times, but she didn't lose her mind on camera. But here's the update. So again, that video went viral in December. This week, that Brazilian woman, Jennifer Castro, filed charges against the airline and against the passenger who filmed her.
I mean, you're not allowed to film. People get filmed all the time, don't they?
They do get filmed all the time.
Big Brother's filming us all the time. I mean, if somebody takes out a phone and you're walking down and you're just minding your business and they want to see your stride and they film you, that's something you can arrest somebody for?
I don't know. I mean, she is claiming that she has filed a suit against GOL Airlines, which is the name of the carrier, in search of compensation for distress and damages caused by the whole ordeal. She has also filed a lawsuit against the fellow passenger who filmed her, citing judicial secrecy.
Oh.
We don't know. We don't know the amount. We don't know how much she's looking for from either party here, but she says she wants to prevent similar public shaming and what she called unauthorized exposure in the future. What do you think? Think she's got a case here?
Yeah, she probably does.
People were dunking on, a lot of people were on her side, on my side, screw that mom. You don't get to just pick and choose where your kid sits.
Right.
But there are obviously a lot of people who are like, God, that's pretty selfish of you. You won't let the mom sit next to her kid and the kid's crying and everybody's got to deal with it. So she dealt with a lot of blowback from this story for, to me, doing nothing wrong.
Yeah, I'm not going to get to the point of having somebody film me. I'm just going to switch and let the little spoiled kid sit with his mama so we can get going. I can take it, and the kid will get elbowed in the head sometime during the flight. That's all.
Here's the weird part here, because in this story that I'm reading on the New York Post, it says Jennifer Castro rose to fame. She got like 2 million followers on Instagram because of this. That's how big of a deal this story was in Brazil. And she also got multiple brand deals as an influencer because of this. So she sounds like she's made money because this happened. Like nobody knew who she was. This happens. Her name gets out there. Some people are like, she's a hero for standing up for what she believes in and sitting in that seat. She's made money off this, and now she is trying to sue because of damages. That's where this whole suit gets a little wishy-washy to me.
Yeah, but I mean that's you. Yeah, it's not your kid for one thing. That's tough because we've all been attuned, and you as a little kid, your parents have. There's been times when you wanted to act up and all that stuff because you weren't getting your way. And I'm not, I paid for that seat. If I want to sit there, I'm going to sit there. Maybe there's something that makes me feel very comfortable sitting at that window seat. Screw your kid. You fix your kid. I can't fix your kid, not my kid. So if you wanted to do that, like you said, go ask somebody else or buy that ticket where you can get to that spot.
Right. It's like $25 to $50 to buy a ticket there. It's just you're being cheap and you're being entitled.
Or eventually, I keep saying about $100. Or eventually, I just get to the point where I really want to go, and I don't need you filming me. Go ahead. You put your kid over there. I'll sit right here. Let's just go.
Like, look, I get it. Money's tight. Economy's the economy. But like, that is, to me, that's so sorry. Like, that's just total a-hole entitlement from these parents here. Like, intentionally buying seats not next to one another and just being like, oh.
They can then ask the person who's
like expecting somebody who did buy a seat to switch with you. Like, screw that.
No, I mean, the first thing I'm going to say is no, I'm not. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. So this is going to be interesting.
You need to investigate some other people that may want to do it. I don't want to do it.
This is going to be interesting here, like this lawsuit. And I don't know how much it matters because it's not in this country, but like just public filming and being shamed on camera.
Because in this country, you're going to get a big F you, lady. Sit your kid down, Lou. You need to go.
Right. Well, someone would film it. And again, I don't think Brazilian courts impact what happens here in our courts, but I do wonder what happens here and if this could change the way like people just film and just dunk on people for no reason while they're just living their life. Probably won't. Might be like violating First Amendment, telling someone they can't film you for whatever. That's one of your freedoms that maybe you have. But I don't know. Wild story here. Thought that was interesting.
Is she going to get, well, she's made the money from the other thing, but is she going to get it from we don't know if she's getting it from the airline or this lady's going to be charged.
Just filed this week. So it's like there will be updates, and I'm sure we'll hear something about how this thing goes down. We don't know how much money she is looking for.
Once again, these things don't happen on Amtrak, okay? You don't have to worry about paying for your bags. They just throw them underneath the train and we go, okay? They're going to have to pay an extra $25 for a bag, get on Amtrak, go from here to Dallas, from Dallas to somewhere in Arkansas, from Arkansas to, I don't know, maybe Chicago, from Chicago to Philly, from Philly to Bethlehem. Hey, all in about 36 hours.
Well, how does Amtrak work? Like, are there assigned seats?
Yeah, you get a seat.
So this could happen. Are there windows? And it's probably just 2 seats to a row, right?
You ever hear that movie, Throw Mama Off the Train or whatever?
That's a shitty name for a movie. Throw Mama Off the Train or whatever.
Throw baby off the train. Throw the kid off the train.
I have never heard of any of those movies, but throw baby off. Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, I would take a hit. I would take a hit for the team to get going.
Good on you. Like, I would not. I would not. I'd have the headphones on and act like I'm asleep and couldn't hear them. And then they'd wake me up, and then I'd be like, what are you doing? I'm asleep.
Hey, leave me alone. Why are you touching me?
Yeah. I'd start yelling rape or something like that.
It'd be hard. I'm hard for it. I mean, I could give up my seat. I sit in the middle. I just don't like all the confrontation when I'm traveling. I just want to go. That's me. And I don't need kids crying. Once again, they should have a kids plane where the parents have to get on the plane with the kid. They don't get to come with the adults. If your kid is under, What are we going to say?
Put your kid in the overhead luggage compartment, close the door so we don't have to hear them crying.
They'll eventually fall asleep or suffocate.
Hey, I got an edible for your kid. Take this gummy, kid, and calm your ass.
Oh my goodness.
How's that? How's that for parenting advice right there?
Yeah, and I worry about the kid underneath the poncho. That's nothing compared to a kid in a plane going nuts.
Yeah, that's different there for sure. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. This isn't a huge story, which is why we saved it to the end, but there is a Texas football betting story that dropped yesterday that I at least want to bring up, and I'm very proud of the Longhorns. I finally feel like we're a true SEC team with this story that came out. So we'll get to some of the details that we've got here in a moment. But first, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So hello to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Of course, yesterday the air conditioning popped on, and it had to because it was hot as a mother yesterday. And it's going to be a little hot today, but starting out this morning, 63 degrees. It's a beautiful morning. Early morning is going to be nice, but it'll get warm again, and then we'll start to cool off over the weekend. But, folks, if your air conditioning is not working properly and it didn't turn on yesterday, I know you had a hot one. Or if you got a bunch of junk coming out because you didn't change your filters, then you need to call on Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. And, folks, nobody does it better than the folks at Woods Comfort Systems, whether it's heating, plumbing, or air conditioning. And it's getting towards that time when you need your air conditioning to work properly. So you want to get their technicians out there to make sure that everything's going good. Give them a call. I said they can get around in Central Texas. They've got plenty of trucks, plenty of technicians available. Just call on the folks at Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website. That phone number to call, 512-842-5066.
How's the air working at your apartment up there? How's it doing? Did it plop on yesterday?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been rocking and rolling.
You know, I used to, before I got married, I abide by the deal of I wouldn't turn the air conditioning on until I think it was either June 1st or May 1st, one of those two. I refused to turn the air conditioning on in Texas, and I did it for a long time.
In Texas?
Yes.
I figured that was when you were in PA. That was in Texas?
No.
Dude.
The last home I lived in, the little hamlet I lived down there at Cedar Valley, I wouldn't turn it on. I think it was May 1st. I said, I'm not turning this thing on. I'm not popping the air on. I'll open up windows and everything else, but I wouldn't turn the air on.
It's 90 degrees.
Now, I looked at my wife yesterday. I'm going, hey, what's the deal here?
Yeah.
She goes, okay, I can open up how about the sliding glass doors? I'm like, no, that ain't working.
We all go through enough in this life. Like, AC, give yourself AC.
Yes.
Please. I mean, like, not having AC in a car in high school was, like, devastating. But I'd walk into my house and there was AC there. It's fine. Can't sleep without air conditioning.
Never get a black car again. I did that for a summer. Thought I was cool with the BMW with no air conditioning. It busted down on me because I thought I wanted to have this cool car. The air conditioning broke, BK, and I said, I can make this. With like 8 shirts in the back seat waiting for me.
Towels, shirts.
It was underwear. I mean, it was awful. Never to do that again. Got to have AC.
Got to have AC. Shout out to Woods Comfort System. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. If you want to upgrade your home, our friends at McCall Custom Homes can help you out. Kitchen remodel, bathroom renovation. Maybe you want to do both. Maybe your family is growing. You need a second story or an extra room in your house. Our friends at McCall Custom Homes can hook you up because they've been hooking up Central Texans for 40 years. Custom home builders, custom home renovators. They started in Austin. They've stayed in Austin, so they know what it takes to turn your Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Go to their social media accounts. Just search McCall Custom Homes. Go to the website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at some of the testimonials. Look at some of the pictures of what they've done in the past, and then reach out to them. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Or you can call or text our buddy Mike. Great guy, big Longhorn fan, tunes in every single day to TSU. 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Never saw it Throw Mama Off the Train, by the way. Somebody said it's a classic with Danny DeVito. I've never seen that movie.
The movie you referenced a few minutes ago, you haven't seen?
I've never seen Throw Mama Off the Train.
Oh, I thought you were saying that because you had seen it.
No, I've heard about it, but I've never actually seen that movie.
I never heard of that movie. Danny DeVito directed it. Was he in it as
I
well?
think he may have been in it.
I'm a DeVito guy, so his best role is Frank Reynolds in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Pretty good in Taxi, pretty good in Jersey Mike's, but nothing better than Frank Reynolds, dude.
Nothing better?
Nothing better.
Nothing better than Taxi, though.
Taxi's awesome too. I haven't seen enough Taxi, but what I have seen, I really like. I really should watch more of that show.
How are you going along with your Sopranos?
Still one season in. The lady left town for like 3 weeks. She's back, but like that slowed it down because I'm watching with her, and I was good. I was loyal. I didn't cheat on her with Tony Soprano.
Not one. You didn't see one other episode without her?
No. Apparently, this is not very cool because I didn't do anything about it, but apparently I was at the same restaurant as Tony's daughter, like the actress who plays Tony's daughter last night.
Really?
South by Southwest going on, so there's obviously a lot of people in town, a lot of actors and famous celebrities here, and apparently she was there having dinner a few tables away.
Nice.
Yeah, so I didn't say anything, so that's about as cool as that story
Or maybe
gets.
he'd be hanging out with the actor, the son.
No, yeah, so it was just her. She was with like 3 other people, but I didn't recognize anybody else who was there. And I only saw the back of her head, but I had a couple of friends who were like, just happened to be at the restaurant sitting somewhere else. And they're like, holy shit, like, look who's here.
Wow.
Like, oh, that's cool. Apparently she lives in Austin. Thank you, CB. So maybe she wasn't in for South by. She was just having a nice dinner.
Just hanging out with the people.
Just hanging out with the people. All right. How about this, Buck? According to a report from our friends at the Austin American-Statesman, 5 members of the University of Texas Athletic Department, including 2 unidentified football players, committed NCAA violations related to impermissible sports wagering between July and November of 2024. So this is recent, just a few months ago. Mention it. 2 unidentified football players. The other 3 were, you had a non-student athlete associated with women's tennis, a student assistant, and an uncategorized athletic department employee. But according to the Statesman, those 5 individuals placed almost $15,000 in wagers on Prize Picks, which is a daily fantasy app. Prize Picks will take your money. NCAA rules prohibit, obviously, daily sports wagering and all sports wagering by anybody associated with an athletic program. A college football player cannot bet on any sport. So you can't bet on college football. You can't bet on college basketball. You can't bet on professional women's bowling. There's a lot of things you can't bet on. And apparently 2 football players, again, who have not been identified to this point, were caught gambling on Prize Picks.
Huh.
Yeah. So I don't know.
So if you're a college athlete and you go to Vegas, you can't go to the casino if you're 21 or 18 or whatever.
You can bet. You can play like blackjack and table games, I think.
Oh yeah, you can play. But you can't. You
can't put a bet on, like, even if it's not a game that Texas is in. So let's say Ole Miss is playing Mississippi State in the Egg Bowl.
Okay.
You cannot bet on that game.
You couldn't do anything with March Madness. Could you do anything with March Madness?
I don't think you can.
Really, you can go to Vegas and bet on March Madness if you're a football player and your family's headed to Vegas for a trip or you're going with the guys.
You're not supposed to.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm sure people do. Pay with cash if you're going to do that. Leave no paper trail.
Don't ever leave paper trail.
Like a lot more athletes bet on sports than just the guys who have been caught.
Right. Oh no, right? No doubt.
And it's not just Calvin Ridley and Jamison Williams and like 3 or 4 other guys who have bet on the NFL. It's just they were too stupid and they got caught because they put their name on it.
Yeah, they put unbelievable amounts of money on it, probably.
Yeah, get somebody else to place your bets for you.
Sure.
But yeah, I wonder who the players are. This was self-reported by Texas. Like, they turned themselves in to the NCAA here. So we will see what happens. Again, we don't have any names at this point, but we do know it was 2 football players involved. So
you'll see when somebody misses a game, because it shouldn't be any more than something like that. A little slap on the wrist.
Dude, that's okay. It was 5 people and $15,000 total. So what is that? 3,000 on average. Now it could have been one person doing 10K and everybody else doing like 1, whatever. God, It's like barely betting. Prize Picks, daily fantasy. They shouldn't suspend anybody for that, should they?
They will to make it look good.
You got guys doing way what Georgia's got
tennis players again. The tennis, wasn't the tennis coach here the 2 tennis coaches ago, like hiding money under his basement and stuff?
that was the Aunt Becky deal. That was the whole nationwide scandal of college coaches admitting celebrities' kids on scholarship into their programs so they didn't have to pay for college and they could go to good schools that they weren't good enough to get into. That was the former Texas men's tennis coach was fired for that. He lost his job for that. Michael Center.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. This will be interesting. Somebody's getting slapped on the wrist for that, and then more talk, more education on it. That's all.
Oh man, Rodney Smith says, "I hope it's Bert Auburn." Come on, man. Come on, man.
Was he betting he was going to make it or miss it?
Maybe that's why he missed so many kicks. He was betting against himself.
Wow.
Who was oh my God, it was the NBA player. It wasn't Terry Rozier. It was somebody, maybe Michael Porter Jr.'s brother.
Yeah.
Someone was like betting on all of his own unders on these prop bets. And then you just go watch him play and you're like, yeah, it makes sense. Like I would literally just pass the ball to the other team, or he'd like fake an injury to check out of the game so he couldn't put up more stats.
Crazy.
It's like, it happens, man. It happens way more than you think. This is the first time, at least to my knowledge, that this has hit UT, but we'll see what happens again. 5 members of the UT athletic department were committing NCAA violations related to impermissible sports wagering.
If it came out and they gave themselves up, it'll eventually come out.
Who the players are? Yeah, I would think. We've got too many journalists who cover Texas to not let this one get out. Yeah,
because this is one that it's not going to be bad anyway. It's just going to be some slap on the wrist. So it's like I said, they'll just NCAA will throw more education at you. Now you got to go hire somebody to be that person to talk about it a little bit more about gambling. They'll do it. They'll do it so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and Sark was asked about it.
It'll happen again.
Oh, for sure. And I remember Sark at one of his press conferences, it might have been 2 years ago at this point, like right when the NCAA really started cracking down on this. He was asked a question about it, and he's like, we try to educate our players on, like, here's what you can't do. But obviously that only goes so far. We're talking about college. I shouldn't say most. A ton of college boys bet on sports.
Yes.
So these are college boys. Hell, you don't have to just be in college. A bunch of people.
A lot of those dudes have friends that are books right there on the campus.
Yes. Oh, my God. Yes. And
they know who they are. They know where they can place a bet. Yes.
Bingo. So don't be dumb. Don't get caught. Be smart with your money. All right.
And don't be getting online doing that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Don't put your name on it. If you are going to be online, be Mike Cock or something like that. Or Eileen Dover or Barry McCock and her, whatever. Like, give me a fake name here. Don't put your own name on there.
Don't put your credit card down ever.
Put Ipe Mizuhara on there.
What name?
Put Adam Wagner on there, kids.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. You'll go to jail.
You got to be like Otani. Get somebody to do it for you.
No, Otani's never done anything. That guy's clean.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Put me on there. Put my name on there. I'll be your fall guy.
There you go.
Just make sure you win those bets so I get a little cut of the money when you get
There you go. You got to get a percentage.
Colt Seavers, the fall guy. Colt Seavers.
There you go.
Right there. That's what
I
I'm
like
talking
that. What's
about.
going on, boys? Happy Friday.
Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you.
How you boys doing?
Sounds like you're talking into a wind tunnel today.
Yeah,
Are y'all hearing that too?
I am hearing a little bit. Me or Rodney?
You.
Yeah. Sounds like you're in the crapper.
Maybe your mic is not on your mic. Maybe it's your computer. There it is.
There it is.
Yes,
sir.
Right.
I'm sure y'all will be talking about this, but gentlemen, I did not think we would have another Texas basketball game we were going to have to watch this week.
Yeah, is this a little better?
Yeah.
Much better.
Gotcha. Thank you appreciate you guys pointing that out. It's the Kendall Weaver show. It's Kendall Weaver Mania, right? Another 10. Well, I shouldn't say another 10, but the guy didn't put any into the goal into the second contest he came back. But hey, third time's a charm, right? Contributes 10 on the offensive board, or excuse me, 10 on the offensive front, and then also getting busy on the rebounds too. The dude's just there's no gauge for tempo. There's no metric to gauge the tempo there, but you can clearly tell. You can't lie to the eye in the sky what the difference is on the floor, and it's Kendall Weaver with his tempo and the way that he just turns up another level, another gear for the Longhorns.
Yeah, I said you're embarrassed if you're one of the 5 out there and you're not going 50% of what he's going. You look terrible.
What are you out here for?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where should guys? Bucky says he's going to McDonald's today to get his fillet of fish.
Oh
no, fast food.
No, that's right.
You still haven't had a fast food meal, have you, Wags? Come on, man. We're just doing a show. This is your job. You got to do your job.
That's right.
Yeah. Talk about.
This is the devil's advocate. What are you guys talking about, man?
I'm gonna find the best McDonald's around, though.
It's bullshit enough that I got to watch all this shit at 10:30 at night when I'm watching sports, and they got to create, the perfect looking sandwich that damn well it don't look like that because somebody's probably spitting in your damn burger anyways.
Hey, well, come on, do like Gronk does. Hey, double meat or whatever it is.
Double it up.
Double it up. Yeah, get some pizza.
Then I gotta pay the guy 2 meals instead of 1 meal.
No, you don't. Hey, if you lose, I want you to lose in style. All right.
Yeah, you need to go down swinging.
Don't just get like a side of fries and that be the way you cave. For sure. You got to go and spend like $20.
Say like when we would deploy, right? And this is very dark and morbid, but we always used to say when we would deploy, like, man, if I'm gonna go, I hope it's day 1. Watch my ass go the entire deployment and then die on the last day of the deployment, right? Like that's kind of where this is at. If I'm gonna cheat, I should have did it day 1. Watch me sit here and endure all of this lentil season, and then we get to the Easter Sunday or Good Friday rather, and I'm just like, let me sneak a milkshake real quick.
Oh.
About that. Shout out to our guy Ike. This is why we love you so much.
Yeah, I hit Ike up yesterday. I was just like, bro, I gotta try that stuffed crust pizza from Domino's, man.
I will be eating some of that this weekend because
I think I am too. Yeah,
they got new stuffed crust and Wags. I mean, that's a listener right there. That's a sponsor right there.
Look at this guy. Look at what he's doing right
You're
here.
going to turn down a sponsor, a TSU sponsor? He's trying to give you free food, and you're going to say no? It's disrespectful.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question then. You pose the question. Let me pose it back. Everybody gets a free pass, and sinners are always forgiven. Hold on. It's Lent. Sinners are always forgiven, Buck.
You're like the lady with the baby who's acting up on the plane, and she wants you to give up your seat so she can sit right beside her. Baby wants to sit at the window. I don't think so, Wags.
What's that? What's that all about?
We got another flight story.
Oh.
Yeah. And Bucky's talking about 18-year-olds sucking on their mom's teats again.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hey, listen, tell me, Rodney, if the lady wants you to get out of your seat so that her kid can be at the window and the kid won't act up, you're going to pitch a fit first, and she's going to have to pay you extra. You paid for that seat, but her kid is acting like a crazy kid. You know how kids can be on a plane, but you got to get. You and I, we have to get to our destination. So if she can't give up the $100 and she's going to start videoing me, I am going to take one for the team, and I'll just sit in the middle seat or whatever I have to sit so that she and her kid, so we can get going. I can do that.
I'll probably get up. And just be like, okay, fine, whatever. Let's just get moving.
Good to hear that, Rodney. I'm happy for you on that.
I had a flight a while back, and I was like, how did this work? There was this girl that wanted to sit by her boyfriend. Beautiful girl, and so she wanted my seat. She walks up and she laid out. I really want to sit by my boyfriend. Shit, I was up so quick.
You dove out of the seat?
Yep, I jumped right out. There's 10 seconds of passion, and I was out of that seat. No time at all.
You didn't even think about it, huh?
No, I'm gone.
Did you guys make this sound?
Usually, like, I'm too stubborn to even give that seat. I'm gonna be like, sorry, you're gonna. Actually, I don't know. Depending on the situation, if her boyfriend was right next to her, I'd probably give the seat up.
What about for a kid, Wag? What about for a kid who's acting up? because he can't.
Now, see, I would definitely, if it is that scenario where he's like sucking on the parateat, right? I'm probably gonna ask a question, right? I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna be like, what's going on here? All right, what's the bit? Are you guys streamers? Like, what's going on? Huh?
Wags is like,
can I get on one? Like, is it relaxing? Is it soothing?
yeah. Wags is like, can we go skin to win first, and then I'll decide if I'm going to move here.
Taking one for the team.
Yeah.
It's so
no,
good.
this BK told us a story this morning where the lady's trying to get money from the airline, and the lady that filmed her because she wouldn't give up her seat for the kid.
This videoing thing is just too much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like anytime something happens, it's like I'm talking about like when you go to a sporting event or a concert and everybody's standing there with the damn phone in the hand, videoing whatever. I'm like, do you come to watch or do you come to be a videographer?
Well, we're all journalists. We all got to post it on our social media too.
This is true.
Everyone hates the media so much, yet they spend all of their time acting like they're in the media.
Because they can do it better, of course.
Right, of course.
Yeah. We're getting a victory. You're getting a victory today, boys, against Tennessee. 3 days in a row doing this stuff.
I don't think so.
No.
It's happening.
BK saying BK's riding the Mr. Momentum there, kind of like NC State back last year.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can endure 3 brutal bouts in a row, right? I mean, not that the first one was brutal, but to go 2 extra stanzas is.
Yeah,
I think it's going to push the legs
a
little
bit. Football game than a basketball game.
Right. The good news is at least tip off yesterday was at 2:30, and they got a little bit more time they had some time to recover off of a 2 overtime type of contest, but it's still it's less than 24 hours of a turnaround. So
I was gonna say it's 2:30 today. It'd be nice if it was a night game, but I don't like we're due for a Trey Johnson game. We've won these 2 games without Trey playing all that well. We're due for one. He's going to get one. Texas is going to win today, and then they'll lose to Auburn tomorrow.
There you go.
That's my prediction.
Yeah, and I mean, Auburn is a group of 25-year-olds, by the way. So
yeah, they are. Well, those guys, and they're all breastfeeding still too. It makes no sense.
Still,
listen, have a safe weekend.
You don't.
Too,
okay.
Oh, Rodney, you don't get to make your pick. I'll listen. I care about what you have to say about this game. Does Texas win today?
I don't think they do because I think if Tennessee wins the SEC tournament, I think they'll be a number 1 seed. To be honest with you, so I think that's the big underlying factor right there. To where I don't think that Texas fatigue and so forth, I think is going to set in at some point. I mean, Texas has led at the half the last 2 days, and that's always a good sign. That's really what's going to be indicative, I think, on this. If they can get out to a fast start, which yesterday they both stumbled out of the gate, and then it was a good surge there at the end of the half by Texas. But Tennessee's got a lot to play for here, so I don't know.
It was fun.
Momentum.
Texas is a 9.5-point dog, so I see why you guys are leaning the way you are leaning, but just got a feeling.
Ziegler hadn't had one of his games either yet. We talk about Trey Johnson having a game, but Ziegler hadn't really gone off either. So
they haven't played yet in Nashville.
Yeah, very true.
So. Which helps. Yeah. That's the difference. True. Probably could be the difference. All right, boys. I'll be listening. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. All right, my man. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on this beautiful Friday. We are always chaotic, if you will. But yeah, make sure you follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter /BrandX, and then on I'm at the Wagner Wire on Instaface, and then my partner in crime, he is back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Rodney Rodriguez. You can find him on the Rodney R, on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on Instaface at the _Rodney R. Partner, how are you? Welcome back.
I'm good, buddy. Yeah. It had a little family funeral yesterday to take care of. So I mean, not to take care of, but to attend. So that's all.
Got one today. I'm doing a digital funeral.
Oh, yeah. It's isn't it funny? I mean, not funny, but
not at all. It's not.
No. I mean, isn't it? We talk a lot about COVID and all the shitty parts about it, but how we're able to do this now, right? To where it's like you can attend stuff, you can do meetings, whether in your case funerals, you can do all this, and you don't actually have to be there anymore now. Where this stuff is much more easier. Technology, I think technology kind of we've always had the technology. I mean, hell, to do this network, to do this kind of stuff right here. We finally used all of that technology there for good things other than filming each other on airplanes.
Let me go down a rabbit hole real quick before we even
Let's
get
do it.
Since you just brought this up, this has kind of been on my mind. I do feel a little bit of guilt because I'm not in person, right? But then again, like, what is the purpose of a funeral, right? Of course, it serves multiple purposes, but is it for closure? Sure, it's for closure, but who's the closure for? Is it for all of the family members, or is it for you? So to me, and I'll be completely transparent. I absolutely hate funerals. It's just it's too much for me. Honestly, like I'm happy to see everybody, but it's under the absolute worst and wrong circumstances. Loss, regardless of what it is just awful. You know what I mean? Or who it is, it sucks. Loss just sucks. And I don't know, to sit here and think, and this is going to be a little deep, guys. All right. But to sit here and think that, and depending if you believe in God, right? To sit here and think that we're given this gift, right? This ultimate gift of love. And it's so powerful and so strong. And yet it's fucking taken from us, right? Like, ultimately at the end of our lives, it's taken from us. And yet, of course, we're gifted with the ultimate gift of paradise, with a loving paradise, for eternity. But I don't know what that is yet. You know what I mean? And that all relies on faith, right? So it's like, I think about it whenever I lose someone. It's just like, God, man, it's another piece that's ripped off of me. It's layers just stripped away. And I don't know, after a while, the loss just becomes too much. And maybe that's why you're cool with dying, is because you've lost just pieces of you, just stripped away until you dwindle down to nothing. Or I don't know. And it's just it's a wild little thing that God was able to give us, the ability to love, and then the fact that it's so powerful that, man, can't you just let us keep it forever? What I mean? Like, I don't know. It sucks to think that it's going to be taken from you, or to think that I love something so much and I don't get to keep it for eternity is wild. But I mean, I guess that is, depending on what you believe, if you go to heaven, you're with your loved ones for eternity. But the feeling that I know is now, and that's just all I know. Sorry, that was very deep.
It's funny. I tell you, man, it's like you and I mean, we live close to each other, but I think we're on the same brain length when it comes to stuff, because it's funny that you mentioned that right there, where you say
we're around the same age. You know what I mean?
Where you say about the funeral thing, because the question that I had, and I had this conversation with my wife yesterday as we left the service, going to the burial thing, to where you go into the ground, to the eternal, whatever.
Yeah. You go to the resting spot.
Right. So the service, you had the funeral service, and this was a Catholic service. This was a Catholic
So
service.
It was a long service.
An hour, just over an hour. But in that, to your question about, so what does the funeral, who's it for?
Who's it for, right? Like, what's the purpose of the funeral?
Right. So as this service goes on, and I was raised Catholic. I didn't really dig in.
Catholic. I was raised Episcopalian.
I didn't dig into the Catholic religion. My dad never forced that on me, but it was so, as the service is going on, and this is a person that lived 95 years. This person lived 95 years, huge family, whatever. The service didn't feel like it was about the individual. I mean, when we say celebration of life, there was more. It was more about the broad religious spectrum, about what God has given us, and God, and so it wasn't very much about the person. And to me, that was a little disappointing, to where it's like, this amazing life that she lived. Let's.
So I've never seen it like that before, but usually what I'm referring to in terms of like, who's the funeral for? Like, are you going there for yourself, or are you going there for like another family member? Like for me, I didn't. This is weird, and I'm going to be judged for this, and I absolutely should be judged because I made the choice. But again, I don't do well in these types of situations, and like when like the woman that raised me, right? Like she's basically been the only funeral I've gone to, and it's not that I felt obligated to go to, but when my other grandma passed, like it's a setting, it's an environment that I don't like to be in. When I mourn, I don't like people to see me mourn, right? And I like to mourn in solitude. I like to mourn in isolation. So if I'm going to be a blubbery mess and cry all the time, like I don't want people to see me do that, and I don't need people to come up and give me a fucking hug. Like, just leave me alone. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm in my mourning process, get the hell away from me, man. It's something that you don't want to be around, and that's why I'm choosing to remove myself from society. But I think, like, in long story short, to get a whole town around to this answer, I think when I'm going to speak with my son about attending funerals or whatever, I am not going to force him to be there, right? Like, if you want to be at a funeral, you go to a funeral because you need closure. Okay. Like, don't go on my regard, or don't go because you think you have to pay a respect to me. You're paying respect to the person that's dead if you choose to show up, but also, like, you can respect them in multiple ways. You don't have to show up to a service to pay them the ultimate respect.
Right.
You can wait till everybody's gone and go back to the burial grounds and have your closure and make your peace that way. You don't have to do it while it's an open casket or something like that. That's all. That's the only thing I wanted to get off my chest.
Well,
that's why these digital funerals are good. It serves a good purpose for the people that are actually trying to find the closure, that don't want to be in public situations.
Yeah.
Long roundabout answer to your question.
And to me, and I made it very clear to my wife and my kids, depending who's around whenever I am no longer on this earth, I've been very clear to them to where it's like, look, we don't need to do services. We don't need to do whatever's. It's like, I want you guys to celebrate my life. I want you guys to have a party.
Yeah, exactly. Don't sit around in a damn room and cry over me, man.
Don't play all this sappy ass
going up to the spirit in the sky. That's what I want. I want
there's going to be a party, and all of my TSU friends, Wags U, everybody from TSU, all my racing friends, everybody, all the girls I've dated, they're all going to show up. They're all going to show up and celebrate. That's a celebration.
Is that going to get you into heaven? With all the girls showing up? Is that going to get you into heaven? Anyway, Sal's showing up a little late. I got here late. What's happened? Nothing's happened. Just Rodney went to a funeral yesterday. I'm attending a digital funeral today. So we were just talking about life. It's a morning show. We're just talking about life.
Yeah, just a very, very dark way. Well, not dark. It's real. It's real.
I wouldn't say dark, deep.
Well, and it's like when people say, "Oh, I'm afraid of dying," I'm like, "Well, you're going to live your life in fear because you're going to die." I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to live.
Dudes. I mean, I wouldn't say that it stops me in my track. Like, death doesn't stop me in my track, but I think about death every day.
I think about the repercussions of it. I'm like, okay, what's the family? And I do think about what are people going to think?
I usually think about how I want to die.
Yeah.
Like or I guess I'm gonna miss out on my ultimate death. Like the ultimate way I wanted to die was in combat, but not gonna happen unless we go to war and I enlist again or voluntold. That's how I wanted to go out. I wanted to go out like a fucking warrior.
I can go give you a stone cold stunner on the sidewalk and see if that knocks you out. Probably not.
Depending on how I function in the gym, it probably will break every damn bone in my body.
And probably me too. We'll have a dual death because my ass and tailbone is gonna break.
Rodney, I sit here and think that I could go back and hack it, right? Like I can cut I can cut through the mustard. Man, I don't realize how much the body falters after a certain age, right? And that's like, people sit here and shit on LeBron. I'm one of them.
Oh,
but he is he is a physical specimen to be able to do the body load that he carries around, right? And also the spectacular athletic ability that he's able to pull off on the floor, man. And the longevity that he's been able to do it in. It's impressive. It's impressive. Yeah. When I basically break my entire body, doing one workout or going to the gym, getting back in the gym and trying to get it back and reinvigorate myself or revitalize myself for a desperation of survivability, and then all of a sudden just come up broken after the fourth day. Yeah, man, to have LeBron be able to do this now, of course, like they say, don't ever lose it because it's very hard to get it back, right? Yeah. If you can continue to maintain it, it's easier to kind of just gradually kind of smooth it out. But
I mean, it's like, with the Brady conversation, say what you want to say about that dude. And a lot of people are like, well, he wasn't very mobile. I don't care. I don't care.
He was mobile enough. He was mobile enough.
Yeah, he was mobile enough, and he played it at that level.
And was able to sidestep.
At that level. And it's like, well, his body, he's doing whatever. Well, sometimes you have to do that. And again, that's his job. That was his job to do that. Frankly, I think looking at Tom Brady right now, he could probably put pads and a helmet on and still do it. I mean, I totally think he can. So these guys that do stuff into their 40s, I mean, we see car racers do this. I mean, like Jimmy Johnson racing into his 40s, and you had guys that raced into their 50s, and it's
how much do you have to be in shape for driving? Now, that's just a serious. This is an honest question. I'm not trying to be smart ass because I'm sure that the vibration of the steering wheel or hell, just staying hydrated enough or in shape enough with your lung capacity or oxygen, it comes into play, right? All the small things go into the big things, and that's the race. So I'm assuming that there has to be some type of resistance training to get your arms, strengthened and able to endure the wheel or staying on the wheel for that long. Like, I'm not trying to be a smart ass. Like, I'm asking a legitimate question.
It's straight up cardio and strength for those guys, and they do it every day. I mean, the fatigue that sets in.
Like, what would be the cardio? Like, stuff with arms, right?
Stamina, the stamina part, because even though they're wearing cool suits and doing all these different things, I mean, it gets extremely hot inside these race cars. Or like when they're racing in the summertime, and this is more with the stock car guys, you're enclosed in that box. It gets to be that they've got the cool suit on that kind of pumps cool air into their bodies and the cool helmet. But inside the car, the ambient temperature inside the car can get up to 150 degrees. So you are burning up in that thing. So you have to have, I mean, it's lungs, kidneys, all of that. Fluids, hydration is so important for those guys. And the strength, because
they got a hydration system?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They've got drink bottles. They've got all these different things in there where they're able to take in amino acids and water and Gatorade.
They're probably burning through so much of it inside that they're not even pissing or anything like that. Like, they probably don't even have to go to the bathroom, right?
Yeah,
like,
they're guys.
That was my next thought was where are they? Because hell, I can't drive. I can't drive down to Rockville to Round Rock, downtown Round Rock, without having to stop twice to take a pee now after being 44. So
there's an old story that back in the 70s, Bobby Allison, who I was able to interview him a couple of different times, a NASCAR Hall of Famer, where what he would do to get ready, and this is before hydration systems and all of that. This was, racing stock cars like you see at the dirt track. I mean, there was no technology. What this dude would do to get ready, in Alabama, wherever he was, he would drive around with the heater full blast, windows up on a 100-degree day to prepare himself for a race, what his body was going to go through. Isn't that crazy?
That's nuts. Back when? In the 70s?
It was in the 70s. Yeah, before they had all these different things that were to aid the driver. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Imagine the AC in your car doesn't work in the summer. That's just that. You can roll the windows down. I've been there.
I have experienced that here in Texas.
I've been there.
Toyota Sequoia.
Yeah.
Funny story. It's how I kind of became, aware of Chad and Kevin on the horn. Leaving an internship from University of Texas, and the windows, thankfully the windows would go down, but the back window, right, of like where the tailgate wouldn't go down in the Sequoia, so it wouldn't allow like proper airflow to just be at its optimal, its optimal flow for a truck or an SUV that didn't have any air conditioner, or air conditioning. So and it's Texas, it's like July Texas, so it's effing hot, it's blazing. You could throw a steak on the damn front of the Sequoia and it would sizzle up.
Yeah.
And listen to Chad and Kevin, and I'm just like, man, this is absolutely brutal. This is
it's crazy. It's
worst.
hot.
And
heard
him do I think it was a commercial for Apple leasing, and I was just like, man, I don't know what they're doing, but they're having a fun time. And Kevin messed the read up, and they were laughing and having a good time, and I was pissed off for being in my internship and realizing that I didn't want to work in government in the first place. So I was just like, you know what, I'm going down there. The next person I saw was Christina Killingsworth, and that was history.
Oh, that's a lady that let me in the building.
The queen, the blessing of us all,
man. Yep. Her and Dave, not Dave in the cave, the other Dave.
Dave in the cave was cool too, but Dave Williams, the guy that looked like I always thought he looked like. It's weird. I always thought he looked like a dog, like Brian. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like Brian from if Brian was a man, if Brian from Family Guy was a man, it would be Dave.
Yeah, always love Dave Williams. I go rolling up in there. Dave, how's it going? Oh, fuck. That was always his first answer. There's always something. There was always something. Hey, guys, if your AC isn't working, get rid of that thing. Covert Bee Cave, new pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, and the ACs work. I was watching Prices Right the other day, that Barker era thing, and they were giving away a car, and they said, added features, air conditioning. I'm like, what? That wasn't standard? That wasn't standard?
I don't think power steering was standard either.
Yeah. California emissions. I don't know what the hell that meant. But if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there is one place to go. We talk about them every day. It's our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now, not ever. Go check them out. AC included. Also, if you're looking to get your home renovated, if you're like my property is, where you're kind of stuck in the early 90s and you kind of been going at it and you don't want to do it yourself because it's intimidating. There's a lot that can kind of take you back and just kind of ring up that cash register. McCall Custom Homes. Get a hold of our man, Mike McCall. They will come out and make your home. Like they say, they build value into your home. If you're looking to sell that home down the road or whatever, or if you're like us, that you're going to be here for a while and you just want to have something really, really badass. Our master bathroom is coming together. We are getting so close, and I'll have pictures up before and after so you can see exactly what those folks did for us. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. They can make that, whether it's a living room, whether a kitchen renovation or a master bathroom or bathroom like we're doing. They are even redoing the floor tile in our secondary bath, and man, that is a nice one. It's one of those things where we have folks over. I never really want them to go in that secondary. Now they're going to go in there and be like, damn, where'd this floor come from? It was our people at McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or call or text our man Mike 633-9580 with that 512 area code. Again, like I said, one of the most impressive things that I found about working with Mike and his guys is like, okay, you wanted this. What about if we do this and it might save you money? Hey, we found this. Why don't we take care of that? And it's going to save you money. Really cool stuff. Check out Mike and our great friends at McCall Custom Homes. CB, to answer that, if they got to take a dump or got to take a leak, you just go. You can't stop. You got to do it on yourself. Imagine sitting in that filth for 400 miles. Nice.
No, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, of course, those are the questions that come to mind when I think of racing, right? It's like, where's your expenditures go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where's your expenditures go?
Absolutely. Yeah,
we got some basketball to get into. We got some, other sports to talk about, but we would be remiss if we didn't tell you about our friends at Audio Visual Consultations before we did that. 512-255-8678 is the number for the best company in all of the business of audiovisual automation. That's right. If you haven't had the upgrade or had the privilege of having Tom McKay over at your house to give you a little consultation of what you should get into your dude's den, your Princess Palace, or who knows, where the studio, maybe your dream patio setup of your life, right? And the weather's kind of turning a little bit here and getting back to the good for us all. Give them a call there, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Get a 40-incher, actually, you'll probably want a 55 after you talk to Tom, or hell, even a 65. Look at what happened with Rodney. He got two 65s and a 75. So just give them a call, 512-255-8678, or go to the gallery of projects on their website at avconsultations.com to get an idea of what you want. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. No job's too big, no job's too small. Just give them a call. It's 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Wags, before we finally get to sports, because I was out yesterday on the drive and I was able to listen at times, but it was kind of whatever. Phones were ringing while I was driving, kind of get some stuff done. How's the desk? I know you were doing the desk.
Good. The desk is good.
Nice.
Had a nice little conversation about it.
With Mama?
Oh,
yeah. Did you not tell her that you were doing this?
No, I did. No, I did. I absolutely did. I wouldn't have done that without telling her.
You did when it was on the fucking porch?
No. So what had happened,
Okay.
what had happened was,
okay.
We had someone like, I had mentioned it, right? Like I had mentioned, like, hey, this is kind of what I want for my birthday, and she came back with, "That's ridiculous." Like, just one response, short and sweet. That's ridiculous. I know how to do this. Let a couple of days pass. All right. Well, what do you want for your birthday? I don't know. I guess we'll just hang out. We can't just hang. You got to have something for your birthday. Well, I mean, there's really only one thing that I want. And then, of course, you get the atom. You have to go play the antics or play the game with it, right? And then you do a little back and forth, a little repartee, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit of a confirmation, a little bit of a nod, accidentally, when she has somebody come over to give you an estimate on the ceilings, right? Running up going over the line, the itemized line. And I'm just like, okay, well, with all this, how are we going to get the desk? I threw it in there, and she looks over at me, and the guy's just like, desk. And I'm just like, yeah, that's why you're not going to do this room, the studio. I'll do the studio myself. That way you guys don't, there's too many electronics in there. He's like, all right. And then, he starts asking, this must be some special desk. And then she goes, I'm pretty sure he already ordered it. Gave me the green light in my head to be like, well, if she thinks I ordered it, let's order it. What I mean? At that point, I hadn't ordered it yet. Now I'm telling on myself. But yeah, place the order.
It's pretty wiry. Yeah.
I now, of course, by doing this, it's kind of like a
hesitation.
Yeah, it's kind of like a self-admission. I hesitated to assemble it, right? I waited until she went to sleep. I waited until she went to sleep. And then I waited until she went to work to take the boxes to the dump so that I could get rid of it. I wouldn't really get rid of evidence. I'm trying to avoid a conversation that doesn't need to happen.
So Katie walks into Wags's studio and says,
"Excuse me, bitch."
I don't know if she's been in here yet. I'm not sure, right? And at some point it's going to happen, right? And look, if this is midlife, I'm not buying a car or anything.
Hey, you're not buying a Corvette. I'll give you that.
Right, I'm not buying a Corvette. I'm not walking around with tight jean shorts and wearing a Corvette or driving a Corvette.
Hey, what have I done to you? Come on. Just kidding.
Do you don't wear tight jeans?
No,
shorts.
I wear basketball
jean shorts.
I wear basketball shorts. My wife says you dress like a freaking ninth grader. It's like we go somewhere and she's like, are you going to basketball?
You usually
practice?
do have a tracksuit on.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, you usually have like mesh pants or like a like warm up pants.
Yeah. She's like,
You don't wear jeans?
Huh?
You don't wear jeans?
I mean, I wore them yesterday to the funeral. I wore a Texas tuxedo.
You wore jeans to the funeral?
Hell yeah. Coat.
You don't wear
jeans.
slacks?
No. Are you kidding
I
me?
shouldn't be judgmental. I should not be judgmental.
That's not my
What'd you
style.
call it? The Texas tuxedo?
The Texas tuxedo, brother. That's jeans.
What the fuck is the Texas tuxedo?
Texas tuxedo, man. That's how we roll around here. And
What is the Texas tuxedo?
It's jeans, like a button-up shirt with a collar and a coat and nice shoes. It's Texas tuxedo.
You wear a tie?
Hell no. Are you kidding? Although
it's a funeral, Rodney.
Wait, look, I knew this nice lady very well.
All right, you know what we did? You're right. You're absolutely right. We had a conversation about who the funeral is actually for.
Yeah, if I'd have rolled up to this great lady's funeral in a tie, she'd probably jump. She'd do like the Undertaker. Boom. She'd be like, take that off. Yeah, Texas.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Not to turn this into a sacramental show, but the Lord does not judge you on how you come to the altar. Right?
I remember one time when I first got into real estate, I went rolling up to my office and I was in the same thing. Jeans, didn't have a coat on. I was in jeans and a nice press shirt tucked in or whatever. And one of like the big time guys been selling real estate for 20 years. He comes rolling up to me and he goes, I wouldn't buy anything from you the way you're dressed. And he's like in slacks and all these different, and a tie, nerdy looking guy. And I'm like, well, I wouldn't fucking buy anything from you the way you're dressed, So yeah,
Hey, opinions vary, right? No, and speaking of that, like, so when I guess from being up east or back east, right? Like my first thought of Texas when it comes to attire is very formal. You know what I mean? Like, of course you have the hat, but usually like when it's time to get up, when it's time to dress up, Texas doesn't let people down. Like usually like one of the best in dress, that's kind of what I envision Texas being. But practically you get down here, it's so hot that you kind of dress, you kind of have the proper attire for the situation or for the weather. Right. So
yeah.
Just like golf. Like I used to wear pants playing golf all the time. And Maryland gets humid. Maryland, it's a swampland. So it's pretty humid and spicy, steamy up there in the swamplands of Maryland. But you get down here and I don't know, they say it's a dry heat, but there's still humidity here in Austin. There is. But I get down here, man, I'm not wearing pants.
Hell no.
I'm wearing shorts.
Yeah, are you kidding? I mean, it's like, but back to my attire, we go somewhere.
Tuxedo does sound like a cocktail or a band, well, Tuxedo is a band. There's a band called Tuxedo, but Texas Tuxedo could be a band too.
Yeah. We go places, and my wife is like, "So are you about to go throw the javelin?"
Have you ever heard Tuxedo before?
I have heard Tuxedo before. Yeah, I have. But hey, it is what it is. What are we going to just start calling this like Freestyle Friday? It's like 9:40
morning show. We're supposed to do a top 5, but you missed the top 5. So here's what we got to do. We got to do make good.
Okay, that's right.
We got to do 2 top 5s next week.
Okay, sounds good. What do you think? So, maybe Tuesday and Friday, or
we have a couple of minutes and then we can get back into the sports here. Let's take about 5 minutes here to dedicate what we're going to make the candidates for the top 5. Do you remember what we were talking about on Monday?
I have it written down somewhere, but
you probably will not find that. We had fast foods.
Oh, that's right, fast foods.
Top 5 fast foods, right?
Yep.
I believe we also we're going to do a throwback to some of the top 5s that we did not get a chance to.
The ones that got left out. Yeah.
But yeah, those of you guys that are on the chat line here, make sure you like the video and also remind us of the top 5s that we were going to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I elected to not do a top 5 selector yesterday with Smash just because you weren't here. And again, Smash wouldn't be able to talk about the top 5, so he'd kind of just be sitting there watching a wheel go around like he usually does with life. Anyways, it was a good conversation with Smash yesterday. Fun conversation. That fool's busy, man. He's all over the place.
Good for him, man. And thank you, Smash, for jumping in every time that one of those things comes up. Good dude right there. Like that dude a lot. Good talent right there. Good talent. Been knowing that dude for a while. Been knowing
Definitely
that
a top 5 tournament, but we did tournament bus, like top 5 worst tournament teams and top 5 best tournament teams too. So
okay.
I think that was another 2 that was slated for the choices as well. All right, you want to get into it? You want to start talking a little bit of Texas basketball?
Man, it's really cool. It's really cool what we've seen the last couple of days. And I think I looked last night. I mean, Joe Lenardi has them in, last team in. I think it's enough. Ooh, Jake, that's good. Top 5 Cinderella runs. That's really good. And that would be really good.
I think that was my one. Oh, maybe that wasn't specified, but that's a fantastic focus to put for your top 5 selections.
Yeah, absolutely. But it
I know the top one that would go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this really makes me go back to, and again, it's cool right now because Texas has positioned themselves back into getting into the tournament. But I'm like, damn, all you had to do was beat South Carolina, Georgia, Oklahoma. All you had to do. But I mean, this is really good to watch right here. And the whole thing about this, what I've seen the last 2 days, this team is playing with confidence. This team is playing as a team. Yeah, 6 dudes in double figures yesterday. What does that tell you? That is kind of the change what we've seen right here. And like we said at the top of the launch of the show, Wags, is we still haven't seen number 20 have a game yet. And if that happens today, holy smokes.
Has he needed to? Has Trey needed to have a game though? Has he needed to drop 30?
Isn't that the thing? Isn't that the great part about it, that he hasn't had to? I mean, I think it would have been nice. We would have been breathing a little bit easier yesterday. But there was a run right there at the end of regulation into overtime where it was like 10 minutes, and hell, he was barely touching the ball. And this team is still able to do what they were doing yesterday. And that's where you just go back and you think, it's like, damn. But at the same time, it kind of makes this run even a little bit better or a little bit cooler. I think they're in. At this point. If this doesn't solidify it enough, I think it should.
I want to give the nod. I do. I want to give the nod. I think we need to be more. I don't want to say lenient, because lenient is the wrong word, right? Because the losses were awful, completely avoidable losses that the Longhorns dropped in the latter portion of the regular season. So I feel like they made their own bed. So I lenient is a word that I just won't use. I think they need one more. I think they need to be in the game against, not necessarily beat Tennessee, but show that they can play, show that they can go the distance with Tennessee, one of the best teams in the nation, one of the hottest teams in the nation. If they can do that, then they absolutely deserve to be in. I'm pretty sure that the win against the Aggies last night was enough for the committee or for the selection process. I would like, just because of how critical I am, and just because of the way that they lost down the stretch, teams they lost to, I would think that they need to at least be competitive today to get in. If they get blown out by Tennessee, and of course you're always judged by your last trip, right? That's kind of what it ultimately comes down to. If you have a poor showing on the floor today, no one's going to remember the 2 overtime win against A&M. That's just my opinion.
Well, and I think Jake just touched on it right there. The Indiana loss yesterday, because that's the thing when I was looking last night, when I was looking at the latest updates, I think that because North Carolina and Texas are going to get in. And I think Indiana loss is going to be what gets them in.
I don't know if that's enough, honestly. Because they're everybody it was cool to think, the 14 teams from the SEC, give it a record-breaking 14 of 16 teams of the SEC in. But then how many are going to fire back? Yeah, but I mean, what about there's always the what about, right? Well, what about the Big Ten? Well, shouldn't we stop focusing so much on SEC schools and get the Big Ten in? I was going down scenarios of just whatabouts, what I mean, and how you would counter. And then, of course, Texas would fire back with, yeah, well, we got, Indiana doesn't have a Trey Johnson, right? And when it comes down to the number one underlying factor, and that's selling points, right? Trey Johnson is a selling point. And like you said, we haven't seen, or like a few of us said, we haven't seen, a 30-point game yet or a Trey game yet. That's kind of what the nation wants to see, right? And give them what they want.
Yeah. And this is where, because Texas does have great point, the 7 quad wins right there. That's something that you have to go back to. But at the same time, yeah. You look at the South Carolina loss, the Georgia loss. I mean, not so much the Oklahoma, even though that's a game you probably should have won, but you didn't. You can't say anything else about that.
I guess the wins do factor out the losses, Rodney. You're right. Like
I think so. Because
I just get so critical on the losses. Like those are
bad losses
that you should not excuse my language. Those are schools that you just shouldn't drop to.
It's one thing if you lose. It's one thing if you lose, but you lost those horribly.
And at home.
At home, yes. I mean,
or a few of them were at home.
I saw the Georgia loss with my own 4 eyes right there, and I thought they were done. I thought they were totally done. It looked like this team had checked out. It looked like the locker room was gone. The team had quit. So to see what's happening here,
I'm glad you mentioned that. Though you thought that the team had quit. The team didn't quit.
No,
it was just a different team.
Yeah.
All right. Now, you've heard Coach RT mention this a few times now during this week. They were playing with a different team. All right. The individual, the athletes that they sought after in the transfer portal, right, were a few of them were there, but it ultimately takes the entire roster to kind of create that calloused cog, or I guess that sturdy cog that Rodney Terry was trying to form here, right? It takes everybody, every part of his vision to kind of make this whole cake work. You need all the ingredients, right, to get your perfect cake. Kendall Weaver was a main ingredient that was not being used into the recipe.
Yep.
For a significant amount of time, right? It's funny how it's funny how it seems like one person can make a difference, even though they don't drop 30 a game, right? There's certain players, and we call them role players, we call them key cogs, something clever to kind of make them, I don't know, make them feel like their role is more valuable, right? Bottom line, at the end of the day, like what they might not have to contribute 10 a game, night in and night out. But the fact, and again, I kind of said this in our crosstalk here, there's no metric to gauge tempo. There just is. But sure, you can go off the vibe and go off the feel that's in the venue there. But when you're on the floor, what a certain player means or just energizes the other 4 on the floor, that's what Kendall Weaver does.
He does,
right? And they kind of play off of his energy. And when he's making plays on defense, and when he's, high pressure is what this guy is, and it like when Rodney Terry tends to turn it up a little bit more when KW's on the floor, right? Or excuse me, CW's on the floor. No, it's KW. KW's on the floor. But anyways, my point, what I'm trying to get to here is when this dude can get after it, it turns the defense up. It turns the tempo up. We get more points off of fast breaks there, and then we don't have to stay in our half court set. It looks like with Tremont Mark handling the rock too, that the Longhorns have found a little bit of, I want to say flow in the half court set, but it still feels weird. It looks weird. It looks unorthodox too with Tremont Mark on that left hand, but it's working, right? And don't fix it if it isn't broken. That's kind of also what I'm getting at here, right? And right now you're playing multiple styles of basketball. You can go fast and you can go slow. You can Hell, the bigs are showing up too. That's the thing too, right? Like with Kendall crashing the boards, it's also kind of motivated Shedrick to kind of get a little bit of angst too, or get a little bit of tenacity with him as well. Like the Longhorns are playing great. Kaluma being able to take that shot, with the closing seconds on him and able to get the and one there. It's showing the toughness that the Longhorns were lacking in their identity. And I don't know if one person makes that happen, but Kendall Weaver coming back has definitely been a reinvigorating, trait or identity that the Longhorns were definitely needing of. And they did not have it down the stretch. And hell, look at what they've done in the past 3 games, considering, Kendall Weaver didn't absolutely go off in his first game. Matter of fact, didn't even contribute a point in the second game, right?
Yeah,
but
that's what I was going to say.
Able to get busy on the defensive front, which ignited their offense.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The biggest thing that's indicative of what you're talking about was the Thursday game, because you look at the stat line. No, he didn't nothing when it came to points, but there was one play on the offensive board right there where that Kendall Weaver just surged through the paint and pulled down an offensive board and just right over a couple of those dudes from Vanderbilt. And it's plays like that. And you look at the stat line from yesterday, Texas points off turnovers. They almost doubled what A&M did. Points in the paint. They won that battle. And that's where they were getting beat before. They only took 2 extra stanzas yesterday, 6 turnovers.
It almost went little brother's way. Fucking Larry. Oh God! Never mind. You know what? I'm not going to be. We won.
But I do want to say, Tremont Mark, that dude totally does look like a court general. I think that's the biggest change right there, where you're able to get back, you transition, and you're able to set your offense. And that, we're talking about Trey. Trey Johnson. We haven't had the Trey Johnson game, and we're still sitting here talking about 2 wins, and you're playing again against Tennessee. And that's what we have preached and harped all season long, to where it's like, we need more than Trey Johnson to be a part of this. And that's what we've had the last 2 days. And the ultimate thing is they're healthy. That you've had this team that's kind of been piecemeal together in some of these losses, and that's going to affect continuity. And now you got your dudes in there. Shedrick is just unbelievable.
And I guess the message that I would want to convey, if the Longhorn players are listening, right? I seriously doubt they are, but if in the chance that they do hear this message, that's fantastic. Just play with inside of your game and let the heroes be the heroes, right? Like, let the hoopers be the hoopers. Like Julian Larry, I understand that you're trying to make plays. I get that. Maybe you're just out of your mark, man. And maybe you just you're outside of your competition level, and that's okay. Maybe you just got to find, get back to finding your game, right? Just give in the minutes that you're allotted, just give valuable minutes, or just do your job. Just be the role player that you're supposed to be the role player in. Okay. And also play heads up basketball. Okay. Don't bury your player or your teammate into a corner during a press. That's just taught immediately. You're not supposed to go into the corner for a damn to break a damn press. That's almost sacrilegious. But yet you kind of saw that too. And then also look at what, case in point, look at what Pryor gave. Pryor. How many minutes did Pryor give you yesterday? 2, right? But in the time that he came in, he was fantastic. I thought a nice little spurt, gave a nice little spell. But look, I felt like he was on the floor more than 2 minutes though. But still, I guess you don't have to be too much of an impact player, but still, just in the role that you're able to play, you end up ultimately making an impact for your team. And that's what Pryor is. Don't come in there and throw the damn ball away or give extra possessions to the opposition.
Yeah. And
it absolutely drives me nuts. You don't have to drop 10, you don't have to drop 5, but don't give the damn ball away.
Yeah. And you want to talk about clutch yesterday. Caden Shedrick from the charity strike.
We need to give Shedrick his roses. We beat him up all the time. I throw shit at him all the time. And when he came to play yesterday, I have to say that.
10 for 10 from the free throw line. Come on, man. that stat line right there is just.
And I don't think he's that great. He's not 100% free throw shooter either.
No.
I think he's like a 60% free throw shooter, or around the 60s during the season. So
yeah,
100.
but I mean, what we're seeing right here, or what we've seen the last 2 days, is that your starting
62.
five is.
Thank you, Bear. Appreciate you.
The starting five is producing the way that the starting five should produce, and able to set rotation. Then you do that's when you go and Julian Larry kind of pop him in there. Kent pops in. When Kent gets in the game yesterday, he's productive. And that's what we haven't seen before, to where it just seemed like during the season it was like, okay, mix and match and shit. And I always say the Yahtzee thing. You're throwing the dominoes in and just boom. But now you've got your true starting five right now. You've got a healthy team. And look, I don't give a damn when you peak, but if you're peaking right now, if you've got everybody healthy, yeah, they're going to be tired today. And that's what I'm interested to see. Because Tennessee, look, man, that's, and like we said earlier, Tennessee wins the SEC tournament, they could be a number 1 seed in this whole big dance thing. So they're coming out with a lot to play for. Texas, and I love your point. Texas needs to go blow for blow with them, but I think they're in, Wags.
I think Texas needs to get out early too. Like Ziegler's pretty fucking tough. Like
and it could be.
It's it could point where what do we get out? Do we get out ahead of this thing? Are we playing on house money? Have we done enough to where we're playing on house money to where make this thing a contest against Tennessee? Don't run it too much. Preserve your leg. Get out. After with a one point defeat. Right. And again, this sounds like laying up, and this isn't exactly what a Warriors mentality would do. But play the long game here, right? If you have a chance to think that you can make a run in this tournament, go the distance with Tennessee.
Yep.
Don't exert too much, right? If you can get this down to a formulated science, go the distance with Tennessee. Be able to dip out of the SEC champion, or dip out of the SEC tournament. Get maybe a day or two extra of rest, right? Leg preservation. If Kendall Weaver is feeling any type of re-aggravation, ultimately he gets the rest just a couple more days, right? But you've had back-to-back days now to where, well, I don't know, not back-to-back, but you just came out of a 2 overtime stanza or a 2 overtime contest, and within less than 24 hours, you're going right back at it, and not playing, just a cupcake of a team. You're going to get pushed to your limits.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you need, if you do lose, hopefully it's a very small 1 possession ball game here, right? You can go out, you can get yourself a little bit of rest. Selection Sunday comes up, you're in, and those legs are rested, and you can start dancing again.
Yeah.
That's my ultimate focused science right there.
And I think you don't lay off at all. Because that old momentum that we were talking about, you want to ride that as much as you can. The crappy part is, if you get in the dance, you got a few days to think about it. That's where you wish that you could continue playing, like we talk about with bye weeks and all that. But you go to win the game. You go to beat Tennessee, and hell, if you beat Tennessee today, man, that's that totally solidifies everything.
I would, a win against Tennessee, you're definitely in. But I think everybody and people already think that the Longhorns are in, like last team in, right? Mm-hmm. I still think they need to I think they need to have a competitive game against Tennessee. They need to show the selection committee that they can play with. Even though they lost, they can still give one of the best teams in the nation a game, right?
Yeah.
And again, I think they will, because it's a different team. We talked about it, different dynamic, different personnel with Kendall Weaver. On the floor.
Yeah. Right quick,
I did see real quick. Cooper Flag for Duke. I still need to get the status on this guy, man. Rolled his ankle, was actually carted off in the first half, and then was seen on the bench
on the sideline
for the second half for the Duke Blue Devils. So we'll get the status up on Cooper Flag in just a little bit there. But the phenom freshman is clearly a top 3 pick here. You got to get the news in actual injury entry stuff on flat.
Also, right quick, I see Longhorn Bear. I saw that yesterday. De'Aaron Fox undergoing pinky surgery. Hey, look, man, you've got Wemby down. Wemby's getting worked on. It's a great time to do this. I mean, you're not going to be in the playoffs. You're not going to be in a play-in situation at this point. Get him ready. You're reloading. You're in a reloading process. Spurs, it's a good move. Rest that dude, get him fixed up, and then start moving forward there. So De'Aaron Fox out for the season as well. So that is he and Wemby for the San Antonio Spurs as we bring in Jordan Scruggs, Nick Harris. How we doing, boys?
Gentlemen.
Doing fantastic. Cannot complain. Cooper Flag getting wheelchaired out. It kind of reminded me of the Paul Pierce incident, or quote unquote.
I didn't see any poop though.
No poop game. It was the Cooper Flag poop game. Maybe he comes out today and drops 30. Who knows?
30 what? Drops 30 what?
30
exactly.
30 loads. Gents, I got to get my dog to a veterinarian appointment, so I got to run out of here and get off a little early. But you guys have a great weekend, man. We'll talk to you all on Monday.
All the best. Y'all have a good one.
Hey, Nick, I'll be watching your reporting, speaking to Cooper, to see if Cooper Kupp becomes a Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah, not sounding like it. It sounds like some smoke screening going on this morning on this young Friday morning. But here we are. It's just another day on the beat.
No doubt. You boys have a great show. We'll be back on Monday, 9 o'clock. It's Chaos Theory.
Have a good one.
Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, I can get us started. I can go ahead and start with Cooper Kupp stuff. I'd like to talk some March Madness. We'll talk some Cowboys stuff. We'll talk some free agency. A lot of shit going on this week. But Cooper Kupp, news coming out this morning from Adam Schefter that the Cowboys are a sleeper contender for Cooper Kupp. And then Diana Rossini of The Athletic says that he's down to the Seahawks and the Cowboys, and that's going to be the teams he's choosing from today. It's sounding like some smoke screening, talking to some people with the Cowboys and also factoring in some other national reports. This sounds like Cooper Kupp trying to drive up the price elsewhere. Cowboys are saying that he is not in the mix right now. So whoever is smoke screening, they're doing a good job of it, whether it's the Cowboys or if it's Cooper's representation. I don't see Cooper Kupp as a Cowboy, although I do think it would make so much sense. But right now, yeah, I agree with you, Jake Bayless. This Cowboys being used as leverage probably right now, but you can't even say that the Cowboys are being used necessarily, just because like the Cowboys were never going to be a player to begin with in my eyes, just because I don't see them dropping 11, 12, 13 million dollars on anybody, much less an aging receiver. But I personally think it would make a lot of sense. Cooper Kupp, the guy who recruited and developed him at Eastern Washington, is now the receivers coach for the Cowboys. The scheme that Brian Schottenheimer is trying to implement in Dallas is what Cooper Kupp has been doing his entire career. It would be a really perfect bridge and transition for that offensive unit to have a guy in there like that, but it doesn't sound like it's going to happen right now.
Yeah. Some early morning stuff there. I kind of just spaced out. I'm dealing with some recruiting stuff that I'm about to talk about. But
we're going to be all over the place today. We got a lot of stuff coming in different directions.
Yeah. Cooper Kupp, I know he went to Eastern Washington. Is he originally from state of Washington?
Yeah, he's from the Seattle area. So I could see him landing with the Seahawks. It would make a lot of sense. They need help at receiver after trading DK and letting Tyler Lockett walk. What's up, CB? So it would make sense for Cooper Kupp to go there and kind of help out a guy like Sam Darnold and be a running mate with Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Didn't Junior Adams coach him in college?
Yes, I did mention that, but you were on your phone.
My bad.
Hammering away, getting us the scoop.
Apologies.
There you go.
No, we'll get back to NFL free agency for a second, but I kind of have to address this. So Jamion Winfield out of Richardson High, who is Texas's top defensive line target, just committed to USC. I kind of heard this could maybe be happening, but honestly didn't think there's any way they'd be able to pull it off. But hey, it's happened. Worth bringing up. The first thing I will bring up, Justice Terry was a USC commit at one point. Xavier Gibson was a USC commit at one point. There's been several other USC commits that they've got early and I've landed later, or I've lost later. So I don't expect any of Texas's approach to change. We'll see if their official visit that's scheduled, I believe, for June 13th through 15th still remains on the table, but I'm I don't really see this changing his position on the board. He's the number 1 in-state defensive lineman, and it's not close. At Richardson High School, originally out of Meridian, Mississippi, they moved to Richardson last summer, and his recruitment took off, never been the same since. And, I mean, this is a top 100 prospect. This is a very big deal that he committed to USC today. So we'll see how long they can hold on to it, and what Kenny Baker and, company can do to change that commitment status. But
let me ask you, did he just take a visit to USC?
He must have, because there was a dead period the entire month of March. So,
yeah, I've seen it many times before where like Texas kids that have never really gotten out of the region, quote unquote, they go to USC, they visit there and they commit on the spot and they're like, oh, this is incredible. And then they start going to other places and realize that like LA is just not that feasible. I don't know if this is that case, but I saw that happen multiple times when I was working in recruiting, is that USC can kind of have that nice, like, first impression appeal, but then once like it gets later in the process, that appeal kind of wears off.
Yeah, and also, I mean, like I'm just gonna say what everyone's thinking. Fully believe this was the USC commitment like Justice Terry and Xavier Gibson, where they commit out of the blue. What does that happen? What does that entail usually, right? Yeah, thank you. So, we'll see how long.
I'll say it. USC dropped the bag.
All right, thank you. We'll see how long this sticks. Another thing that these are the main things that are going to be used to recruit against USC. State income tax, whatever that money is, you can make the same amount here for $200, $300 less, whatever the difference is. The fact that Lincoln Riley has never played defense at a high level. They did bring in Eric Henderson, who's a longtime defensive line coach with the Rams. Obviously, had Aaron Donald, a few other guys. And he is helping out a lot. He's a big reason why they got Jakeem Stewart besides just NIL. Eric Henderson is originally from the state of Louisiana, so he does help them a lot with, Southeast recruiting. And like I said, Jamion Winfield's originally from the state of Mississippi. So with them, I will say probably higher chances of this one sticking than Justice Terry and Xavier Gibson. And the reason I'm saying this, USC has things way more in order than they did a year ago. And it's because they hired a new general manager named Chad Bowden. Thank you, Tommy. Named Chad Bowden, who's been at Notre Dame the last few years and was like the spine to the Notre Dame operation of, they didn't really fall off once Brian Kelly left. But like schematically and the guys they recruited and the regions they recruited, all of that was pretty much master planned by Chad Bowden. He's the main reason USC has, I think 7 or 6 California kids committed in 2026 already. In 2025, they signed 3, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. The University of Alabama signed more kids from the state of California than USC did in 2025. Now, part of that,
the talent in California over the course of the last 5 years, not to cut you off, has really taken a decline. Like there's outliers, don't get me wrong, but like it used to go bar for bar with Texas and Georgia. And now it's just like, God, there's so many kids that end up in the top 247, and no disrespect to the top 247 rankings. But there are some kids that land in the top 247 and out of California, and they go to Oregon or they go to Alabama or they go to USC and they just don't pan out. I mean, you look at USC, UCLA, and even Cal to a certain extent, how all those programs have struggled in recent years. And you can kind of point back to like some of that talent in California not really panning out, but not to cut you off.
No, it's all good. And I really think it's a cycle by cycle thing with, talent and regions. But one thing I think is interesting that, I don't know if there could ever be a study done on this, but like a lot of those California schools are paying these kids. Like Los Alamitos, where DeAndre Moore went to 4 different high schools in high school. And it's because he was getting paid at all of them. But at Los Alamitos, they were paying Malachi Nelson $250K a year as their quarterback in high school. Like, do you think that contributed to him busting out already? Because he thought maybe he already made it. He made $500,000 by the time he graduated high school. Do you know how fucking crazy that is?
You said Malachi Nelson?
Yes.
That's just the big reason there is his shoulder. He threw out his shoulder. He got tackled really hard on his shoulder his senior year, and he never recovered from that. And like people I knew at USC, whenever they got him on campus, they were like, "Oh shit, like this is way worse than we anticipated." And same thing at Boise.
Well, I don't know. There are a lot of schools that are paying those kids, so maybe that has an effect, maybe not. I know NIL is legal in some other states in the Southeast, but very few of those programs are actually paying the kids directly, and it's like it'll be deals like Peyton Houston's trading card deal that they make money from, or like local businesses. But for Jamion Winfield, it's changes the recruitment a bit, but far as his position on the board, still think he's the number one guy. Just going to be crucial they get him back for a visit. He's only been on campus once, and it was for the junior day. Seemed like it went pretty well, but again, a visit would be awesome, whether in the spring, ahead of the official visit in June or whatnot, but they'll have to fight to get him back on campus. And we will turn it back to oh, wow. According to a source close to the recruitment, the official visit to Texas is off. We shall see how long that lasts. Worth bringing up. Josiah Sharma, Myron Charles, Justice Terry, all three of Texas's 2025 defensive line signees committed elsewhere at one point and ended up in the Texas class. Justice Terry committed to USC. He was also committed to Georgia early on. Myron Charles committed to Florida State, stuck with Florida State, and then Josiah Sharma committed to Oregon, stuck with them for about a month, and then flipped to Texas. So defensive line recruiting, it's always a shit show for the most part. But, I mean, hey, just another day in the recruiting world, I guess.
Why do you think that is? Is it just because, like, the bags can be super sporadic with defensive line guys? Because it's not as, like, straightforward and streamlined as, like, quarterback. Because you would have a booster – this is just my opinion. You would have a booster getting involved at multiple of these power programs where it's like, hey, I'm going to drop, I don't know, $2 million on a quarterback. Go get me that guy. Whereas like defensive line, you're talking the same kind of numbers as you are with the quarterback, but it's not as streamlined. It's not as like effortless, I guess, in a sense, because quarterback can at times can seem effortless. Like if you have a guy, you pay him enough, it's done. And that's it. He doesn't flip. You don't have to worry about it. Whereas like defensive line, you're still working with this kind of the same amount of money there, but you don't really have like a set guy saying, hey, go give me that pass rusher. It's just more so like, here's this money allocated accordingly, but you still have to figure it out. I could see how that's probably an issue with defensive line recruiting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main reason that, and I mean, this is edge recruiting too. We're mostly talking interior D linemen though, but like the premium on those positions has never been higher, especially in college football. Yeah. Everyone wants these war daddies in the middle, and it makes sense. They change games, and they're very impactful, right? But they're very rare. Like the true game-changing war daddy guys are very rare, and everyone wants them. So, guys are throwing numbers at them that are way higher than the actual threshold for market value, what they think they should be paying them. But they need that position. They need that player so much they will bid whatever. And so will the three other schools in their recruitment. So at some point, it's, the numbers just keep going up. And the kid may like one school way more than the other, but they're offering less than the other three. So he uses the other three to get that number in a certain ballpark and then commits to the school he wants. It's just a fascinating thing. And also, like, one thing I think is important bringing up here. A lot of the top interior D-line talents come from a certain part of the country, the Southeast, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida. A lot less organized down there than it is in Texas as far as the high school football stuff, Monday through Friday, having full-time coaches, and just there's less structure in those states. And I think for the most part, a lot of the recruitments that come out of those states, not just defensive line, are, all over the place or more all over the place compared to the kids from Texas, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
So
Georgia's got their shit together a little bit more than the rest of those states, but it's still true.
Definitely. So I think all those things is why D-line recruiting is the way it is. There's a lot less of those like elite, talents, body types than there is like pretty much any other position. And everyone wants those guys. So, it's a super important position for money. Like I don't think there's any way Texas didn't spend more money on a position group than the D-line in 2025.
Yeah.
I don't think it's close because Justice Terry costed a lot.
Receiver?
I don't think Dalen McCutcheon. I never got his number. I know the number for Jamie French and Khalil Lockett. And the D-line numbers, I believe, are higher because they had to pay all three of those dudes pretty much top dollar. And then I think I really doubt they gave McCutcheon probably the same numbers that they gave Collier, and Collier and Jamie didn't even get the same numbers. But it's a fascinating topic, though, and a really good question that you asked. But, let's turn it to the NFL for a sec. So you already talked about Cooper Kupp, but Rico Dowdle out, signs with Carolina. Miles Sanders in from Carolina. Tell us about the Miles Sanders signing. What do you like about it?
Yeah, first I had a flight last night and I had a layover in Charlotte. So my first flight was Dallas to Charlotte, and Rico Dowdle was second row first class on my flight. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And it's like the fifth time in a row that I've been on a flight with somebody. Like when I went to the combine, Terry Joseph was on my flight, and that was the same exact day that he agreed to join the Saints. So I was like, what is he doing flying from Dallas to Indy? Why isn't he flying from Austin to Indy or New Orleans to Indy? I don't know. But it happens all the time with me. I have great flight luck, I think. But they first off, they signed Javonte Williams earlier in the week. It's been a busy week. They signed Javonte Williams, I think, right after we got off the show on Monday. And he's a guy that they see as RB2 in this system. There is still an intention to go grab a young running back early in the draft, potentially as early as day one, although I think it'll happen on day two. And Javonte Williams, they see him as a perfect RB2 type of guy for whoever that is. He's great out of the backfield, 52 receptions in 2024. That was sixth among NFL running backs, and he's one of the best pass protectors in the league from a running back perspective. So he'd be a great late down guy to bring in on passing downs and get you some production, but also get you some protection. Then they signed Miles Sanders last night. Bit of a surprise to me, although I understand where they're coming from. Got him on a cheap deal. He was absolutely pitiful in Carolina, but he brings the same exact thing. He brings a veteran presence, more experience than Javonte Williams. He's got some receiving knacks, and he's a decent pass protector. He's not going to compete, I don't think, with Javonte Williams for an RB2 job, but I think the veteran presence in that room just kind of gives them that option in case injuries happen at camp, or or if the rookie that they bring in isn't quite ready to go. So I think it's just more so insurance, the Miles Sanders ad. But if anything, this might be spelling the end for Deuce Vaughn. Like, Deuce Vaughn is going to get his chance in training camp. And man, I'm rooting for him. I think all of us are, even as just, Austin people. But I think he's got to really do something incredible to make it happen and make this roster next year.
Yeah. What are the contract details for Miles Sanders and
1 year?
Do you know
1 year for each?
How much they're making?
Javonte was right around $3 million. Miles Sanders is going to be probably close to that same exact amount. We haven't gotten finalized details on Miles Sanders' contract, but
interesting. I know we were kind of joking about how much it sucks having to talk about this, but I got to bring it up. Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence.
We can talk about it. Yeah, talk about a Twitter beef. Twitter beef for the ages last night. I'm glad you brought this up because there has been a bubbling beneath the surface with DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons for a couple of years now. And, when Micah Parsons arrived in 2021, he arrived as, this first round pick. He's going to show up and, make an immediate impact. And he did. And it was big time. And he commanded respect on the defensive side of the ball. And some of the young guys gravitated towards him. It's a young defense. A lot of those guys actually came in with Micah, that draft that he got drafted in. There were so many defensive guys that were drafted. And so he had a lot of guys that were, quote, his guys. DeMarcus Lawrence is this older veteran. He's been there a bit. He's seasoned. But he also is zero filter, does not give a damn about what you think about him and what you think about his approach. And he required a lot from some of those young guys. And when those young guys wouldn't give him anything, he would just shove them away, basically. And so him and Micah kind of butted heads over, I think, just having two alphas in the defensive line room, because both of those guys are leadership types in a sense. Micah has become that more so in the last couple of years, whereas D-Law has been that, and it's specifically in the entirety that Micah has been there. So they butted heads. They've even thrown jabs at each other in press availabilities that if you know what you're looking for, you see it. And after DeMarcus Lawrence went down last year in week 5, Michael Parsons said that it was his time to take over as a leader now. Like he can be the guy now. And it wasn't more so like, hey, I'm gonna be the guy, I'm gonna step in and fill in and be this, fill the shoes of D-Law. It's more so like, thank God he's out of here. I can finally do my own thing. And then DeMarcus Lawrence drops this video a Seahawks blogger drops this interview with DeMarcus Lawrence yesterday. Are we allowed? Can we play the clip? Will it play through?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, yeah, play the clip.
Let me start from the top.
Dallas is my home. Made my home there. My family lives there. I'm forever going to be there. But, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah.
We here. DeMarcus Lawrence, welcome to the Seahawks. Thanks for joining us.
And first off, that's classic D-Law, because he again, zero filter, has been fined for things he said in pressers before because of press availability, just because he's going to say what's on his mind and he's going to say how he feels about it. And I'm with you, CB. He probably isn't wrong. But Cowboys fan base took it really personally, because I think the Cowboys fan base would agree with D-Law. Inside, they would probably agree with D-Law. But at the end of the day, D-Law was a guy that was there for 11 years, was big on brotherhood and, bringing everybody together. And it's like, okay, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. Well, dog, you've been there for the last 11 years. So, where's kind of the mirror in that sense? How much are you a part of the reason why they're not going to win a Super Bowl there, And I think I think that's what Micah took to heart. And so it's like, this what rejection and envy look like. This some clown shit. Again, they always felt a type of way about each other. And then DeMarcus Lawrence calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe you've spent less time tweeting and more time winning. I wouldn't have left, which is funny to say because
I wouldn't have left purple devil emoji.
Exactly. Which is funny because Michael Parsons has 3 12.5 seasons under his belt, in a season where he missed 5 games, and that's a big reason why they finished under 500 last year. So I don't know. There's a lot more winning on Micah Parsons' resume than there is on DeMarcus Lawrence, and DeMarcus Lawrence had a 7-season head start on him. I can see the perspective of both sides here. From D-Law's perspective, I could see the young guy coming in thinking he can run shit, thinking he's hot shit. And yeah, he might be, but he has zero humility and really can just kind of, get away with a lot of things because of who he is. And there might be some, rejection involved with that. And I can see from Micah's perspective where it's like, who's this old dude over here, always getting in my way? When in reality, if they ever just decided to put their differences aside, they would have been really, really good together for the long term. And they were good together. You go back to 2023, man, that was a really scary pairing you would see on the left side with Micah Parsons with his high motor athleticism coming around the edge, just looking to take the head off a quarterback. And DeMarcus Lawrence on the other side, big, strong, size, stop the run, seal the edge. One of the best run-defending defensive ends in the NFL when he's healthy, in my opinion. And if they ever put aside their differences, they could have really done some things. But I don't think that ever happened for them. I think they had it good early on, and it quickly went sour.
Yeah, how you don't think Micah Parsons is clapping back on Twitter, though, huh? You think he's taking this to the podcast he does, or – what do we see unfolding in this beef?
This is just my theory. I think he maybe texted or called D-Law last night after all this. That's just my theory. And we probably won't see anything else that's public about this personally. But there were many Cowboys players that were tweeting about it last night. Trayvon Diggs, Osa Digizua, DeMarvion Overshown even got involved. And the bear was poked, and it certainly brought in a lot of people for sure.
Cowboys will show them when they go 5-12 next year. Sorry. But with with Micah, you don't think that someone from the Star just drove out to wherever in DFW he lives and was like, "Hey, buddy, we need your phone."
He's actually in Dubai right now with he's with
CJ Stroud and all them.
CJ Stroud, Justin Fields, and Bijan Robinson. I think they fly back like today or tomorrow. But yeah, they were still in Dubai when this is all going down. So this is like morning time for Micah. Like he's just getting his coffee when this stuff's going down, and DeMarcus Lawrence is, going to bed probably.
Yeah, very very interesting. What so I mean, do we think that the Cowboys are going to go try to get, an edge rusher to replace the loss of DeMarcus Lawrence, or do you think they just turn to the draft to fill that hole?
So they did sign Peyton Turner this week, former first-round pick, former Houston West Side product, and then went to the University of Houston. I never really understood the draft appeal around Peyton Turner other than the fact that he's like this athletic freak. And yeah, exactly. And it's the same mistake that I think people are making with Shamar Stewart right now, but that's neither here nor there. I think injuries really bothered Turner's potential in New Orleans. His only full season that he's ever played was last year in 2024 in his fourth year in the league. And so there's some hope with the Cowboys, actually, that he has enough upside to be a starter for them. I don't think so. I think they still need another contingency plan there, and I think they will go get another contingency there early in the draft. Michael Williams is certainly an option at number 12. The Georgia edge rusher, obviously, that I'm sure Texas fans got a little too familiar with this last year. And they've done some homework on some other edges as well. The defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus, he was at the Georgia Pro Day this week looking at Michael Williams. So that was certainly something to keep an eye on. But I think they do go get one or two guys, probably two guys on the defensive line in the draft.
Yeah. A lot of holes they can, I guess, pivot to. Want to talk Texas basketball?
Yes, absolutely. If you're asking me, absolutely. No. This is my favorite time of the year, actually. March basketball. I am watching conference tournament basketball from like right now. I'm missing Michigan State and Oregon starting, so like we need to wrap this shit up. But it's my favorite time of the year. I watch everything from SEC, Big 10, Big 12 down to the Big West A10 and CUSA. This is my favorite time of the year. But Texas, I am afraid that they need to win again today. I don't think they've done enough. That's just me personally. Like Joe Lunardi has them in as the last team in the tournament. There's going to be a bid stealer. There's going to be maybe two bid stealers. They either need to win today to feel safe, or they need to play Tennessee damn close to at least tell the committee, like, hey, like we can compete with these teams if you give us a shot. So yesterday's win was huge, and my goodness, what a game. One of the best college basketball games I've seen all season, especially when you factor in everything that was at stake, the two teams involved. But I'm afraid that they need another one today.
Yeah, I would love it. I mean, I think he's still getting fired no matter what. But I would love if he goes out with the bang. Remember, I think it was UCF they were playing when they won, and he was like –
no, that was A&M.
That is right. That is right.
That was the A&M comeback game.
They get his ass out there doing it after every win. I would love it. There's no F given.
It's CB. The Texas Pro Day, I believe, is next Thursday.
Yeah, I know it's sometime the 24th through the 28th that week. And
okay, so the following
we found out like a month ago, but when the person at Texas sent us the date, they told us we couldn't post it. And I know it was either Tuesday or Thursday. So either 25th or 27th, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
But no, the A&M Texas game was nuts. Buzz Williams doing his RT impression, alley-ooping and inbound up 6. What are we doing, buddy? What are we doing? But I mean, a great game. And Tremont Mark. Was he the answer at point guard the entire time? Perhaps.
And I think you're starting to see why Kendall Weaver not playing most of the season hurt this team as bad as it did. I mean, he's going to bring you all the energy. He's going to bring you all the stuff that does not show up in the stat sheet sometimes. And I told Tommy Yarsh, I was like, he's going to drop 3 points, 47 steals, and 19 offensive rebounds today, just because like that's him. He's not going to give you a whole lot in the scoring category, but he did yesterday. And when he does, it's like, my God, this is one of the best players in the league. But his motor, his energy, it's a difference maker for that Texas team. There's a reason why whenever he got hurt, a lot of these national insiders were like, yo, this is a big loss. And God forbid if he hits the portal, if this team blows up, if RT gets fired, that's going to be a huge loss for Texas if they can't retain him. I would make him priority number one. I really would. Over all the potential returning talent, I'm making him priority number one, and then I'm figuring everything else out from there.
Yeah, I brought up yesterday with Turbo, like it feels kind of like Kendall Weaver on this Texas team has a similar feel to Jade Barron on like the 2021, 2022 teams.
Yeah.
Where, that was when Jade was really yet to emerge as like one of the top DBs in the country, and it was just like a rotational guy at the star position who just might not have been the best player, but he certainly played like it sometimes. And he brought the swag, energy, and just confidence that Texas needed. He set the tone for everyone else. And I think, Kendall Weaver is definitely playing that role on the hardwood for the Longhorns. But
if you're looking for a rooting guide today, as far as other teams that are on the bubble, yesterday was a huge day. Indiana losing to Oregon was very big for Texas. It put them out of the tournament. Xavier losing was big for Texas. And San Diego State losing was big as well. You would hope that Texas wins today and North Carolina loses to Duke. That would help you out quite a bit. But I think a Texas win over Tennessee would put them above probably Xavier and San Diego State. And then you're potentially hoping for an opportunity to get out of that first four, so you don't have to mess with that either. And that's what you would be playing for going into the semis, potentially, hopefully. But Boise State's still involved. If Texas were to lose today and Boise State wins, then you start to worry about Boise State maybe jumping Texas. And then another team to keep an eye on is Dayton in the Atlantic 10. If they start getting on a run in that tournament, that's a team you would be worried about too. So
damn, screw the Flyers. Screw the Flyers. No, it's just March. Love it. No, Tremont Mark, I mean, I know everyone else is saying this, but like y'all couldn't have done this in December. Moving him to point guard.
That's a coaching problem.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's another red flag of the Rodney Terry tenure. But I don't know. Very interesting time, I think, for him. And, I mean, I was talking to my dad about this yesterday. Like, Texas makes it to the tournament. I mean, I would not want to play them. They have nothing to lose. Yeah. They know the coach is getting fired. They've switched up the team. Mark's running point now. Like, they're dangerous.
They'd be playing for their coach, because if they make it to a second weekend, or if they give like a valiant effort in a round of 32 loss, he can be back, y'all. He can very well be back.
No, that's what I wanted to ask y'all. So I think pretty much our entire audience wants him canned. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think he's done no matter what, because I don't see them getting deep enough in the tournament. But like, how far would he have to go to keep his job? Because I think Final Four is just so unrealistic. But, like, if he makes the Elite Eight, is he good?
I think if he makes the Sweet 16, he's fine.
I don't know.
Because then you're looking at it, right? And you've seen him make an Elite Eight run, 2 trips to the round of 32, and a Sweet 16. And you compare that with combining the Rick Barnes, Shaka Smart, Chris Beard era, it would be really tough to sit there and tell him that he can't come back after that. Because Texas has been trying to win in March for the last 15, 20 years. Since they made the Final Four, they have been trying to win in March, and they just have not been able to do it. If he were to make the Sweet 16, you could look at Rodney Terry and say he has had by far the most success in March since that Final Four team. And you have to reward that at the end of the day.
Yeah. CB said Texas has only made the second weekend once since 08. That was 2023. What a fun team. I miss Serge Jabari every day in his politics.
I've been calling G League games, and I got to call one of his games a few weeks ago, and he blew the game-winning layup for South Bay Lakers. It was an overtime, and the overtime rules in G League is the 1st to 7. Lakers had 5, and he had a wide-open layup. I mean, no one was near him. They were letting him go so that they wouldn't foul him. and he went up and just whiffed it, and Texas Legends went back down the court and won the game. So,
I guess he is human. He Angel Reesed it though.
Yeah, he really did. He really did Angel Reese. He didn't get the offensive rebound though. That was the one problem.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. Just like my thing is, Nick, think about this, right? Think about, I know it's Texas basketball. It will always be a football school. And at times, Texas basketball is the second or third sport on campus. That's just what it is, right?
Yep.
But when has it ever been acceptable for Texas in any conference to not have one of the top coaches in that conference? Because think about this. There are 16 teams in the SEC, right? Am I mistaken?
Yeah.
Where is Rodney Terry in that? If you split that up into 4 quadrants, the top 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, 13 through 16. Is Rodney Terry not in 13 through 16?
He's definitely in 13 through 16. I was trying to figure out if he was 14 or 15. I'd probably put him 14. Yeah.
But like when you dumb it down like that, 9.9 times out of 10, that's unacceptable at Texas.
Yeah.
And I know March is important. If he wins, it'll help him obviously, but like we can't ignore the regular season. We can't ignore that they had Tremont Mark not playing one until now when it mattered most. Like that. It's coaching, roster construction, all the other stuff he's done where he slipped up, and other programs in the same conference have done well. So, me personally, like even if he makes a Sweet 16 or second weekend, whatever you want to call it, I do not think he should be brought back, and I think it's for that exact reason. In any main sport in Texas, it would never be acceptable to have a bottom 4 head coach in the conference.
Yeah.
So, if I was CDC or someone who had influence on CDC, that is what I would be pushing. But, a good guy, you root for him. He's the head coach still. And, hey, they're winning games in really fun ways. They also lost in really not fun ways this year, but makes the wins even better, I guess. So
what's crazy? You go back in time to 2020 when Texas won the Big 12 tournament. They beat Kansas, and then I think that was the championship game. Or no, they won the semifinal by COVID, and then they won the championship over Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
In that moment, tell somebody that there's a high potential that Texas would have 4 basketball coaches in the next 5 years. And would have blew your mind. And then the very next week, they lose to Abilene Christian. Shaka's gone. Chris Beard comes in. Chris Beard happens. Rodney Terry's in. Rodney Terry happens. Who's next? Will Wade?
I don't know. So I think it might have been CB. And I'm going to scroll up to the comments at the end of the episode and answer some questions just because Nick is going to have to leave a little early. But I think it was CB that commented, Buzz Williams and Trev Alberts, at A&M, bumping heads, might have a bit of a rocky relationship. Whenever I've read out names to know for the hot board, I have not said his name and I've not said Chris Beard's name, but those names are in the same text in our group chat with Billy Donovan, Quinn Snyder, Sean Miller, Will Wade. Who else is in that group? Royal Ivy. Yeah, Royal Ivy. Buzz Williams and Chris Beard are on that. Now, I don't think there's any way in effing hell it's Chris Beard, but Buzz Williams. And then I was thinking about that watching the game. Like, I wouldn't want this guy to,
No.
if I was
Buzz Williams. Buzz Williams has been on the last string at Texas A&M like 4 years in a row. Like where Rodney is now, imagine like he's at this same exact spot again next year and the following year. That's what happened with A&M from like 20 to 22. It was like, when are they going to fire this guy? And then he magically made a second weekend last year. And I guess it's starting to work for him. Wade Taylor saved his job. He owes Wade Taylor his entire life. Because now that Wade Taylor's gone, Buzz is cooked.
No, you know who owes me is Zurich Phelps. Dude, holy crap. So yesterday, little side tangent. Did a 4-legger. Did Shedrick points and rebounds, cash. By the way, shout out Shedrick. Clutch from the free throw line. 10 out of 10 after going 64% the entire season. What a job by the Texas big man. Like, probably not the best game of his career by any means, but like one of the, I would say, best top to end performances, and for how much it mattered and how clutch he was from the free throw line. But his points plus rebounds leg cashed. Trey Johnson over for 1.5 turnovers. Cash, he's throwing passes out of bounds, and I'm celebrating. What was my other leg for Texas? Tremont Mark. That was easy. Points on the over. I think it was like 9. I think he finished with like 12, 13, or 14. And then my last one was over on points for Zurich Phelps because I'm like, hey, they're going to find a way to limit Wade Taylor's shots, not as in free throws, but shots. Maybe Zurich hits something. Zurich is, we pull for him a little bit as an individual. Midland Legacy alum, or actually not an alum, went to Duncanville, graduated out of Duncanville his senior year, and then went to SMU, is now at A&M. But, dude, this cat had 8 points. He needed 5 more for my leg to hit. He missed his final 9 shot attempts, and one of them was an air ball. But,
That's sad.
There's like 15 minutes left in the second half, and he needs 5 more points for it to hit. And this dude missed every single shot in the last 15 minutes in the 2 overtime periods. I was like losing my mind. But I did flex, so I still, made a little bit of money. But it's Texas, Tennessee, it's 2:30 today.
It is at 2:30, correct.
Okay, cool.
What's CB talking about?
Speaking of betting, Texas. Oh, you didn't see that the other day?
I did not see that.
Yeah, there's not names on the report for obvious reasons, but Texas self-reported itself to the NCAA for having players that were gambling on Prize Picks. Yeah, 2 football players. One is no longer with the program and is actually no longer playing football. So y'all should be able to figure out who that is, or at least, who the candidates are for that. And then the other is actively playing football, but he's no longer in the Texas program.
Is this one of those situations where you know the names, but you don't want to say them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like I have a 99.9% trust that the names are the ones I think they are.
Yeah, that's just.
But like, I'm not hitting up anyone at Texas to be like, "Hey, was this person?" So
yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll be honest with you. There are kids at every single pretty much major school I know that are on Prize Picks.
Yeah.
What is it? You just can't gamble on college football, or is it anything in general?
I don't know what the college football rules are. I know in the NFL, the rules are you cannot bet on anything, like any sport at all, anything.
You see that video of Saquon Barkley at the tennis match where he's locked in? You're telling me he didn't have money booked on that?
Yeah, exactly. I think they're a little bit. I don't think they're as hard ass about like the other policing the other sports aspect of that rule, but they don't play, especially if it comes to like betting on NFL stuff. I mean, when I was an employee with the Cowboys, I had to follow the same rules, and I was just dude in a cubicle in the corner. I was nobody.
Yeah. That's a good one, Jake. No, it's interesting with that because, like, again, there are several kids at several universities I know that are on Prize Picks or Underdog all the time, betting NBA, college basketball, other stuff. So it's like, where's the line actually drawn here? But I don't know. And I mean, I don't think Scott Drew could be realistic for Texas.
He's not leaving. Scott Drew is never leaving.
If Baylor. He does, I think it's Indiana because he's from there originally. They haven't been very good in my lifetime, but still considered a blue blood, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
They should be. But I think Will Wade is a really strong candidate. Bill Self was brought up by JSD TX.
Mm-hmm.
I've had this conversation with some people, and some people are like, dude, that's never happening. Shut up. I'm like, yeah, but no one ever thought John Calipari would be leaving Kentucky either. Like, now that NIL is in place and some of these other schools can legally compete with these blue bloods, it's making it harder on these blue bloods. Like, there's a reason Gonzaga and Kansas are 8 seeds this year. I almost said UConn, but UConn's they suck this year. They have issues. Kansas, Gonzaga, Duke was having issues before this year. There's a reason those programs are having some trouble. Who knows? Maybe Bill Self would want out and get an opportunity, in a bigger conference.
Yeah. Hasn't
Why am I blanking?
Is that not the Houston coach?
Oh, Kelvin Sampson?
Yeah.
I don't know if he got in trouble in Indiana. I don't know. I don't really
I
know.
know he's gotten caught dropping bags in recruiting several times in the past. I mean, obviously legal now, but
yeah, they put Kelvin Sampson's name on the floor in Houston. He's not leaving there. If that's like the pretense of that question.
Yeah, I assume.
Grant McCasland, if they just go grab
Yeah.
him from Texas Tech, oh my God.
Yeah, when I was on my dad and I were just on the phone after the Texas basketball game because it was a good game. And, I brought up how McCaslin's one of the names. And he's like, they can't do that. Like, Tech isn't letting that happen. I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, you think that will stop CDC or like the Texas brass? I'm like, these fuckers dead ass went to College Station and stole A&M's baseball coach the day after he took them the furthest they've ever been when they were like one hit away from a College World Series championship. Yeah. And they still took their coach and got him to Austin.
Yep.
Like, there isn't anything you can come to expect or not expect from CDC at this point. Just let him do what he's going to do. Thank you. After Schloss, CDC shows everything is possible. Great comment, JSDTX.
Did you see the video of like the green fire coming up out of the
I did
sewers
see that.
at Texas Tech campus?
Yeah.
CDC just getting ready, man. He's gonna come and take that mean green coach away, bring him to Austin.
Yeah, hey, I mean, CDC's already got a res of the McDonald's in Plainview again. Bang. No, McCaslin will be interesting. It's like, hey, shut up, little brother. Here's your coach, and he's now ours, basically, is what CDC would say.
Yeah. Although, for the Texas fans that did not like the style that Shaka Smart had in Austin, where it was just like try to suffocate defensively and take 30 seconds to shoot on every offensive possession, that is exactly what Grant McCasland is. So Shaka Smart's coming back, basically.
New car smell. Who cares?
I don't care. I love that style. I personally love that style. I love good defense in a college basketball environment, but I can understand why it could be annoying for some fans.
Yeah. Dude, what I'm curious about is, like, is Chris Beard getting hired somewhere this year?
Indiana's a thought for him, which is fascinating.
Who else is in the mix for that job? Isn't Will Wade to some degree?
Rick Pitino has been brought up for Indiana. Dusty May, who's at Michigan, but he just got there. I don't see him leaving, and I don't think that they'll allow him to leave. Gosh, I'm trying to think of some other people in the mix there. That's all I can think off the top of my head.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to bounce out of here.
No, all good. I got
operating on a deadline, but
I got one more question. Can I get one more in? All
Yep.
right. Yesterday, Will and I did a Texas high school football draft where we drafted 22 players. On our story, someone commented, all right, this is cool, but give us the coaching staff. Who's your head coach, OC, DC, and also what stadium are you playing in? And for offensive coordinator in DC, you can use a current head coach, by the way. So I wanted to ask you, who are your three coaches and what stadium's your home stadium?
These are at high school staffs?
Yes. And by stadium, I mean, like, you get, like, the community support from them as well. So, like, mine would be Longview because Longview sells out, like, every home game pretty much, and it's a really hard place to play.
I see what you're saying. Okay. OC, Eli Reinhardt. That's my first take.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, he's the Hutto head coach, North Crowley OC last year. He's going to be a college head coach one day, and I'm stamping that he's going to be a college head coach one day. DC, I'm taking Kyle Ward.
Yeah, so that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about that either. Head coach, I'm taking. What conference am I in?
6A. I don't know.
Okay. Head coach, I would go rock with. God, this one's tough. If it's like a 6A environment, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go get Scott Surratt in Carthage. I don't care. He's won so many state titles that he can win anywhere. He's had jobs to go be a coordinator at power programs that he has turned down, by the way. An opportunity to, like, multiply his salary times 7. This is the Carthage head coach. He's like, nah, you know what? I'm kind of good over here just beating everybody's ass in 4A.
Yeah, and every meal gets paid for where I live because
Yes.
I'm kind of the mother effing goat, you know.
I'm pretty sure his house is now like it's financed by the school. Like I'm pretty sure that's part of his deal now.
I mean, shit, the cat got more rings than fingers.
He could run for mayor when he's done with coach. I mean, he's that important to Carthage. So yeah, I'd say Carthage, and then my home stadium, I would go rock with.
Thought about getting crafty, maybe doing the Tomato Bowl, but I think Lobo Stadium is just too good, too historic.
Yeah, I'm thinking like community support. And when I think community support, I think Refugio. Refugio's really got it behind them. But if I'm trying to play 6A, then I've
never been down there for a game.
Yeah. I'd go Longview if I'm going 6A.
Yeah, it's a good one. Well,
yep.
If you got to run, appreciate you hanging out with us today.
Yep.
And, yeah, have a good weekend up in the Northeast.
Thank you. Y'all be easy.
See it. Well, I'm gonna be going solo for the last few minutes. So if y'all have any questions, recruiting questions or whatnot, we'd love to answer them. So I'm gonna scroll up to the top of these comments. I know there was some, we kicked down the road earlier, so I will answer some of these. Oh, is the Cooper Flag injury finalized? Because I never saw the follow up there for what's actually like the God, I'm so stupid. The the diagnosis. Couldn't think of the word. Yeah, Tom, if you're still watching, appreciate your help on Fortnite squads. I'm trying to do better. JSDX. This is or JSDTX, my bad. This is a question that I actually wish I knew more about. But it says, do you think the recent federal and state politicians' attack on universities will affect NIL and athletic departments? Would that make private universities stronger and more flexible than public? Could, I think, potentially, but it's really hard to put what's the word? Like once it's out of the box, you can't put it back in, I think, for the most part. So at least in SEC country where football is more important than anything else that kind of goes on down there, to the general public, I guess you could say. I don't see a way that they will have it where state A can only pay a roster up to $25 million, where state C can only do it to 40, and state B can only do it to 15. I don't see that ever happening. Maybe it's going on, but I don't see it happening. And with the rev share thing, I've talked about this a lot. With revenue share coming into fruition this summer ahead of this upcoming season, that's the expected timeline for it. Some schools are getting rid of their collectives because they're like, shit, we have 15, 20 million to use from this rev share. That's all you need. Schools like Texas, whose rosters cost more than 15 to 20 million, are not getting rid of their collective. The Texas One Fund is still going to be a thing. They're taking a little bit of a step back considering the rev share is going to take care of the 15 to, I think, 18-ish million that the rev share has for football. That'll help with that. So the collective will take a bit of a step back, but I mean, they're still going to need their help. The boosters' help, and I mean, BMD is big money donor. So we'll see what happens. But the whole NCAA NIL thing is just a massive shit show. This is what happens when you open Pandora's box without like a single guideline or regulation. There's still an insane amount of tampering. There's always been an insane amount of tampering, and I mean, if you're not tampering, you're losing. So until they ever come out and actually do something about tampering or the illegal things that go on in the portal NIL, no one's scared of the slap on the wrist. So they're really going to have to come out and penalize someone, I think, to a very high degree for things to change with how tampering day-to-day stuff works. Damn, Jake Bayless. I wish we got to this when Nick was still on here. Save that for him potentially. Yeah, I mean, dude, my thing with DeMarcus Lawrence, look, don't get me wrong. I don't think he's winning a Super Bowl in Seattle before it comes time for him to retire or his playing career ends. But, I mean, shit, he's got a better shot there than in Dallas. I think everyone can agree with him. I think everyone agreed with him with what he said. it just, upset Cowboys fans the way it came across and all that. And I get it. They deserve to be upset, but is he really wrong? I do not think so. And yeah, Jake Bayless, I don't know. This 49ers season, it's going to be interesting. The lowest expectations 49ers have had going into a year since I don't know when. So not the most fun, but luckily the program I cover, what I do for work, is pretty fun, and Texas is pretty good. So yeah, that's fun. A&M still hasn't tweeted the final score out. Classic. What else we got here? Hey, we're not letting any Caden Shedrick slander on this channel for today. If he plays bad today, hey, I welcome it on Monday. But with what he did, I mean, those free throws going 10 for 10 won Texas that game. Or at least it was a humongous part of winning Texas that game. So no Caden Shedrick slander allowed, Mr. Bayless. What else we got? Yeah, I think Billy Donovan would be great. Just like the problem is, how are they going to hire these NBA coaches in the middle of the NBA season for the most part? Like, can Texas wait until April to try to hire these guys? And what happens if they change their mind in April and Texas is in April without a coaching candidate? Can't really happen. So we'll see. And I would not like Bill Self at all. I can't stand him. I know he's a good coach, and I see where other people, have support for him, but I just personally can't stand him. What else we got here? Dang, North Carolina might win without Malik and Flag in there, but I think UT did enough. Would love them. He said, we have seen some criticisms of salaries or courses offered. Okay, so I will say this. So I actually know someone who played at A&M that's, still in touch with people in College Station about what's going on, right? And whenever the new AD came in after Ross Bjork left, and it was the new AD, they got rid of Jimbo not too long after, or it might have been before. I'm not sure. It was all around kind of the same time. But A&M fired a lot of people from their athletics offices and their athletics department. And it's like, why are they firing these guys? And I called my buddy who played at A&M and just tapped in with them. And I'm like, hey, what is going on here? Like, why are they firing all these people? It's not like these are people that Elko has to bring in or whatnot. And he's like, man, some of those guys were basically like stealing. I'm like, whoa, what do you mean? He's like, no, not like that, but like they're overpaid way too much. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, dude, a lot of people are making a big deal because they fired the chaplain, the team chaplain of the football team. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, Jordan, they're paying him like $400,000. Why is the chaplain making that much? And I was like, yeah, why was he making that much? So some of the firings were like that, where either under Ross Bjork or Jimbo in some way, those people's salaries got way too high. And they were cleaning it, cutting fat and saving money for the athletics department. They're also doing a ton of renovations, different things to their facilities in College Station. They need all the extra money they can get. So I do know that is why some of the firings happened at A&M, but not, so sure how much that had to or came from, the government, what's happening with legislators or whatnot, like you asked earlier. But there are a fair amount of schools, though, that are changing, staff positions, not football staff, but athletic department staff, changing those positions or, cutting their pay a little bit. So like JSDTX, so money can go to the players rather than the lower administrators. But yeah. And then Jose talked a little bit about it at the top of the hour. But I am not sure, to be honest. I didn't even ask the guy's name, who the chaplain was. I was just told that. And apparently the chaplain had been there because the guy I know played at A&M when the chaplain was there. But he had been there since the Sumlin era and was there the entire Jimbo era. So he was there getting paid racks for a long time to be the Aggies' team chaplain. But with Jose, Jamion Winfield the recruitment will be interesting. I mean, it's since he did just commit, it's hard to come out and be like, yeah, there's no way he signs with USC. But I think the chances are relatively low. Go back and look at Justice Terry, Isaiah Gibson, a few of the other USC commitments that they've lost after getting at random times in the spring. After those guys visited for the very first ever time, bag was dropped. They don't sign there, right? Eric Henderson is a new guy to the fold, the Rams' former defensive line coach that, helped coach Aaron Donald, won a Super Bowl there. He's a big deal for them in recruiting, and he comes from the state of Louisiana, has a lot of connections to trainers in the Southeast. So you got to remember, Jamion Winfield came out of Mississippi originally before moving to Dallas. He's from Meridian, Mississippi. So I do think those connections helped a lot. Also, the fact that USC hired Chad Bowden from Notre Dame to be their GM. He was the Fighting Irish's GM. He's a really, really, really good GM. He has changed their recruiting blueprint since coming in 2 months. They have like 9 or 10 2026 commitments. I believe 6 or 7 of those are from the state of California. In 2025, before they hired Chad Bowden from Notre Dame, USC signed 3 kids from the state of California. They signed 3. Alabama signed more. So that's a problem. And Lincoln Riley knew it was a problem. He also sees, hey, the end is near. They can't really fire me after this year because my buyout is what it is. But the longer and longer is there, the closer it's getting to that buyout and it being more realistic. So I do think that's why he went and got Bowden. And I think Bowden's doing a great job. But as of right now, the Texas official visit that's scheduled in June has been called off, according to a source close to the recruitment. I mean, this is the number one defensive lineman in the state. I think defensive lineman or edge rusher, I would take this kid over Jamarian Carlton or KJ Ford. I think he's that good. And I think he's also safer projection than those two. But that being said, Texas doesn't throw in the towel on those guys. You got to remember, Jose, all 3 of the defensive linemen they signed in 2025, all 3 were in the top 247, and all 3 were committed to another school at one point before they committed to Texas. So this is just kind of the nature of the beast for D-line recruiting. And, it will take some time, but they're going to do what they can. This is the number one target in the state and, at the top of the D-line board. So, could that price just be too high? Potentially. But, with it being mid-March and signing day not for, 9 months, a lot, and I mean a lot, that can happen between now and then. And also one thing worth bringing up with Jamion Winfield, believe he's only ever been to USC once, if not 0 times. He's been to Texas once. Believe he's been to A&M once. I think SMU like 2 or 3 times. He's in Richardson. That's right next door. But he's barely taken any visits. So this might not even be the only school he ends up committing to, and there might be 2 or 3 potentially. That's sometimes these recruitments just get like this. A kid gets on campus for the first time, visit high, bag drop. Oh, we want you in the class. You want to, boom, the kid's committed. So, again, we will see what happens, but do not expect Texas to throw in the towel by any means on Jamion Winfield. And, that's what you got to do with those types of talents. But going to get out of here. Encourage y'all to get over to the Midday Mashup, Texas Sports Unfiltered app, audio only. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back. I believe yesterday they did like live reactions to the basketball game as it was going on. So they'll probably do that today and, spend the first 30 minutes talking about Texas's big win. But, yeah, I'll see y'all later. Have a good weekend and happy Friday.